rate free today. And you do that by calling American Financing to find out how much money you could save. And if you start now, you might even delay the next 2 mortgage payments, saving yourself even more money up front. So call American Financing. And remember, you can call American Financing from anywhere in the country. Just be sure and tell them Michael Brown sent you. 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000. Or go online, AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 starts at 6.327% for well-qualified borrowers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
Offer valid on standard browsers, U.S. only.
I was ready to quit dating altogether. But then I met Lena. How do I describe Lena? She's beautiful, smart, passionate, funny. She gets my blood pumping, and I wouldn't have found her without Date My Age.
Date My Age is the global dating site where singles around the world can find love.
You sign up, talk about yourself a little bit, and boom, you're matched with real people from all walks of life. I sent her a message. She sent me one back. 6 months later, we're texting all day.
And all night.
And all night.
Whether you're looking for love or want to have some fun, Date My Age is here to make sparks fly. Get 60% off when you join at datemyage.com/ready today. That's datemyage.com/ready to connect with thousands of singles worldwide. datemyage.com/ready.
Selling your home has never been more competitive. Put Frank Duran, the real estate man, to work for you.
I will share with you how we give your home a true winning edge over your competition.
Call Frank Duran for a free market analysis of your home and more.
You will also discover exactly how I consistently net my clients more money than the market average. There's a good reason why my team and I are trusted by so many people.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Grateful for President Trump.
I think he's doing a great job.
The right place.
The next 4 years.
For your kind of talk.
Just going to be incredible.
Can't wait.
Denver's talk station.
A nice healthy conversation.
Definitely moving in the right direction.
630 KHAL.
Well, it's all right. Riding around in the breeze. Well, it's all right. If you live the life you please. Well, it's all right. Doing the best you can. Well, it's all right. As long as you lend a hand.
Hey, Dragon. I don't know if anybody else did, but I heard you the other day on the Martino show.
Yeah, turns out when you're good at your job, everybody wants you to work with them.
Did you answer a question about a refrigerator or what?
I chimed in the other day about the smart meters.
Oh, okay.
For Excel. The one guy was concerned that he would pay for the time of use stuff, so I just told them the smart meter does not equal time of use.
So I got my most current electric bill, and now when it shows your energy use, it now shows you a breakdown of when you use it in off-peak and peak time, and mid-peak and all of that. And I'm thinking about, I may just leave it as it is because I barely use any electricity during the peak period.
Right. And for some people, the time of use may work. Some people, it may not.
Right.
So,
now, my only fear is I'm not using my air conditioner right now, and I will use the air conditioner during peak time.
And rates will change during summertime versus wintertime, too. So you gotta pay attention to that.
So somebody said that they had heard this on the news. So I went to our clipping service, and I couldn't find anything there on the networks. So then I go to ABC News Radio, and I do find a short announcement from Stephen Portnoy.
And he accuses the Trump administration of an illegal takeover. D.C. police say the Monday afternoon call came from the U.S. Attorney's Office here, a complaint that the newly installed president of the U.S. Institute of Peace was unable to clear the building and bring Doge staffers in. Police say once they entered the building, all the unauthorized individuals still inside left. The leadership of the independent nonprofit has been ousted. Its former acting president says his firing was unlawful, and he accuses the Trump administration of an illegal takeover.
Did you notice a certain language in there? The independent nonprofit, the U.S. Institute of Peace. So they're claiming it must be like an NGO when it's a congressionally established institute outside the purview of either the executive branch or Congress, other than getting money from Congress. What the hell's going on here? This is what Trump's trying to clean up. And the fact that we've got a bunch of yahoos out there that are pissed off about it, I'd say we're right over the target. We're right. It's a gigantic, big-ass target, and we're right over it. You can't have us funding, especially, I would say, foreign policy. And they're getting money from USAID. And they're getting money from, it's like Congress doesn't want to directly appropriate, so Congress establishes it, and then Congress sends money to USAID and says, oh, by the way, send this over to the USIP. Wow, they really are engaged in money laundering. And we just go along as if nothing happens. So the standoff at the U.S. Institute for Peace, this is not just about one agency. It's about the fundamental question of who actually governs this country. Is it the elected president of the United States, or is it a cabal of entrenched bureaucrats accountable to nobody? I think that question and the answer to that question is going to determine the future of executive authority and the balance of power in the federal government. Co-equal branches of government. Do we have those or not? And what's Congress doing funding an agency that is accountable to no one? Where's that Inspector General, huh?
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA and stay connected with all of us at 630KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeart Radio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
The Children's Hospital Colorado Mighty Millions Raffle VIP prize deadline is midnight tomorrow. Don't miss your chance to win a Ford Bronco Raptor and 7 nights of skiing in Whistler, Canada, or choose $100,000. Plus, you'll be in to win the $2.4 million grand prize show home in beautiful Winter Park. Enjoy the thrill of winning with the joy of giving to Children's Hospital Colorado. Hurry, VIP deadline is midnight tomorrow. Buy now at MightyMillionsRaffle.com.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4444. 6433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month.
Absolutely.
That is so random.
Yeah. So, yep. That's why I was like, hey, sometime in late April, change those batteries. It's fine. It's fine. Change it after the first.
I'm going to sit you right here, Joe.
All right. Thank you.
Sure, you know the drill. Headphones to hear the show. You got your volume here. You're all set.
Yep.
Call screener there.
All set.
Let me know if you need anything, okay?
Thank you so much. You got headphones out there, Joe? I do. Thank you. I got plenty of water.
Okay, you sure?
Yeah.
All right. Let me know
Thank
if
you.
Change your mind.
Okay.
Hello.
Did he go?
I had a chance to meet Glenn Beck
Oh,
yesterday
really?
in Dallas, yeah.
Can anyone hear me?
Susan mentioned you might be doing something with him.
Yeah.
That would be really cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey.
Just have to figure out the cost. He's expensive. I mean, he's in 350 stations.
Wow.
Syndicated all over the country. He owns a recording studio called Mercury Studios. They have a fantastic museum. He collects all kinds of old. I'm talking about really old.
Hello?
History,
Do you hear me?
Hello? Well, we usually don't expect you.
Pictures of.
I know. Thank
like
God I'm here.
Abraham Lincoln.
Well,
he has the key
we appreciate it.
of Lincoln's booth when he got shot.
All right, I'll feed you the station again until we get going.
Piece of the collar.
Fire in Las Vegas, Kansas City, and Seattle. Shots fired at a Tesla dealership in Oregon. All of that. And it doesn't even include the mechanical issues with one of Elon Musk's signature vehicles.
Tesla is issuing another recall for the Cybertruck, this time because of an exterior body panel that could fall off while driving. It affects the vast majority of Cybertrucks on the road, a little over 46,000 of them. It is the 8th time the Cybertruck has been recalled since it went on sale in 2023, according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Tesla was responsible for the most vehicle recalls last year, though most were resolved through software updates. Mike Dubusky.
I call serious bullshit on that story.
Afghanistan as a tourist has been released. George Glesman is an airline mechanic from Atlanta.
They love doing that, saying that Teslas have been recalled.
I know.
God damn. Yeah.
Normalization of ties. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
You know that feeling? Like every door is closing and you just can't...
I mean, it'd be a story if every electronic item in your nightstand got recalled, but...
Feels a lot like that. But when you find the right tools, suddenly everything just clicks. Getting on that path may be easier than you think. A good place to start? Go to findsomethingnew.org. At findsomethingnew.org, you have access to resources that help develop new skills. Skills that will position you for careers in today's growing industries. From healthcare and manufacturing to cybersecurity and alternative energy. Plus, you can take advantage of online courses, certification programs, apprenticeships, and more. So you can take yourself from unemployed and uncertain to empowered and prepared for what's next. Find your path to a new career today. Visit findsomethingnew.org. A message from the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Demonstrations of support aside, immigration attorneys say activist Jeanette Vizguera may have few options.
As soon as they come across the border without inspection is what we would call it, entered without inspection, or others would call illegal. What can or cannot be done for that person goes down markedly.
Immigration attorney Matthew Berenger. Vizguera entered the U.S. illegally and has been in the U.S. for 28 years. She has convictions for forged documents and driving without a license. She was picked up by Immigrations and Customs Enforcement for detention earlier this week. Colorado Springs Utilities is proposing a gas rate increase because of higher than expected winter consumption. If approved, the average customer's bill would rise by about $7 a month starting this month. The utility says it needs to replenish natural gas supplies heading into summer. Electric rates would not be affected. In sports, the Nuggets were missing both Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray last night because of nagging injuries. They lost 120-108 to the Lakers. That's the latest. I'm Pat Woodard.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Yeah, rock scaling underway at the bottom of Floyd Hill out of Idaho Springs. Both east and westbound shut down here for probably the next 10 minutes or so, then they reopen. But it's slow in recovering. We are seeing delays, especially down Floyd Hill. City traffic not bad. We've got 225 in from Parker, a little heavy. I-25 coming up out of the Tech Center has been a little slow with a crash at Hamden off to the side, but a lot of slowing with Curiosity. 270 is a little busy, as well as south to I-25 coming into downtown through 20th. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hi, I'm Kyle, founder of Blindster.com. I started Blindster in 2010 to make quality, custom-made blinds affordable to everyone. Traditional window covering retailers are expensive. Our prices are low, and our blinds are guaranteed to fit. Blindster.com.
Our iHeartRadio Music Awards celebrated the music and artists you've loved listening to all year on iHeartRadio. Brought to you by Jeep.
It's now streaming on Hulu for a limited time.
Bad Bunny,
Billie Eilish,
Glorilla,
Kenny Chesney,
Money Long,
Nelly,
your host, LL Cool J,
plus Lady Gaga,
Mariah Carey,
Gracie Abrams,
and iHeartRadio's Tour of the Century Award, honoring Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Streaming now on Hulu.
Beat the spring cleaning rush if you call now. ZeroResDenver.com. The only cleaning method that uses no soaps or chemicals. $109 for 3 rooms and a $75 discount for duct cleaning. They also do tile, upholstery, mattresses, and more. Zero Resified means a healthier clean, even better indoor air quality. 303-471 5150. ZeroResDenver.com.
Triple J Armory is bringing the heat this March with our March Zero Tax Sale. That's right, we're covering your sales tax all month long. Need a new carry firearm, a home defense upgrade, a fresh setup for the range? No fouls here, just straight savings. But don't wait, when the buzzer sounds on March 31st, this deal is game over. Get in the game and hit your three-pointer at Triple J Armory in Littleton and Colorado Springs, where every shot is a slam dunk for savings.
The TalkBack mic on our iHeart Radio app is just like your personal direct line to us.
I have John on the line.
Just tap that little microphone
John on the line again.
while listening to Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Yeah.
Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Let's get the show on the road. We got a lot to talk about today. 303-713-TALK is that studio line. We use that when we're on the air, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. But the more important number, for those streaming, you can see it on the screen, or if you're streaming later, you can get that 303-MARTINO. It's very easy to remember, 303-627-8466. The benefit of that line is we listen to each and every call, and if you leave a number, we'll get back to you, and we'll get you on the show, so you don't even have to wait. So that's a guaranteed spot on the show, 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. I'll bring in the studio right now. I have Major Marc Mager at the helm there, and then we have Deputy Doc, screen left if you're watching, and then we have Joseph Chiano, certified financial planner, here to talk about his upcoming movie event, which is really an educational event about retirement. And again, whatever you want to talk about, but we will be getting text messages as always and emails and talk about anything near and dear to your heart and pocketbook. Now, Walt had called earlier when I was doing the show, and he talked about a road, and he said he inherited the road. And the way the call went was like this. He said that in 1960, the HOA was formed, and every property has an easement. Now, I had notes on this, but I guess somebody overwrote them. But in essence, he said he inherited the road. Now, I believe this is the guy I talked to. This might be someone else, actually.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
This is from yesterday, Tom.
Okay, so I'm mistaken. We had such a...
You might not be, because he mentioned 1960 as well, so...
No, it really... let's talk to him. Let's talk to Walt. Hey, Walt.
Yes.
Let's just summarize this really simply. You have are you in the subdivision that the HOA we're talking about? Are you in that subdivision?
I am.
Okay, and when did you buy your lot?
And it's in the county. 1960.
That's when you bought your lot?
Correct.
Okay, you bought your lot in 1960, and it was part of a subdivision.
Correct.
What subdivision?
We're in the Woodman Valley.
And you say the county.
In Colorado Springs.
Colorado. So what county is it?
El Paso.
Okay, so it's Woodman Valley subdivision in El Paso County. And you say that you bought the lot, and then what happened? You said every property had an easement. Is that for a common road?
Correct. There's a road that goes through the subdivision and branches off and goes to every house.
Okay. And so that's how, so in other words, that's how they made up the road. They took an easement from each lot.
Correct.
Okay. And tell me then, tell your story from there then. So you all have an easement.
Yes. And then in about a year ago, 2 years ago, there was the guy that started the subdivision. In his will, he deeded a small section of that part of the property, about a half mile of the easement, of the 2 miles of road, he deeded it to us, and we're now the owners.
But why?
Of
Let
a
me ask you
half-mile
this.
section of it.
Let me ask you this. So the road takes up a number of easements. And he took and then he arbitrarily took a couple and deeded them to you. What was the purpose of that?
Because he no longer lived in the development, and he was the last house on the road, so he had the half-mile part of it that went there, but he kept that small little section going to his house so that nobody could ever make a mistake with him and try and stop him from getting to his house.
So he deeded it to you?
So now we're the owners.
But why are
To
you?
the road
But why
association.
didn't he deed it, for example, to the HOA? Why did he pick you to deed his easement? That's what he did. He deeded his easement to you.
He deeded it to the association, the people that take care of the road.
Okay.
So we're a nonprofit organization. He deeded it to us because we
Got
take
it.
care of the road.
Now I know. So the
Not to me
developer
personally.
deeded his easement, but here's what I want to know. Normally those easements are already part of it. So are these easements written out so they're each homeowner still owns them?
Correct.
And then
it's in the bylaws.
And he wanted to deed his to the HOA. Why? That's the part I don't understand. He could have kept it the way it was, and the person who bought that property, they would have had to honor the easement anyway. I don't understand the reason he deeded it to the HOA.
Because he was the ownership of it and he paid the taxes. So by deeding it to the association, a nonprofit, he got rid of it and
Okay.
doesn't have to pay taxes on it.
And he's still going to live there.
No, he passed away and willed it to us and deeded it to us.
But what about his lot where the house was? Was there a house on it? Did he live there?
Yes, he did.
And what happened to that house?
It's still there. Another owner has
Okay.
it, and because it was sold, that's when the real estate agent told us that we own this half-mile section of property, which is maybe an acre just over.
Okay, so
And
what?
now
Why
we're
is this
liable
causing
for
a problem?
anything that happens
Let me
on the
ask you
road.
this. Right now, we have a subdivision. The subdivision runs a number of easements to keep the road going, and part of that is a half mile of easement that was deeded from the developer. So where do we get into a problem?
Because we're responsible for the road. If any accident or a person gets hurt on it or anything, it comes back to the association.
Well,
So
that's
now
how it
we're
is.
at the point
That's
where
how
we're
it is with
spending
every private
$4,000.
road. That's how it is with every private road in every subdivision. So where's the problem?
Well, we're paying $4,000 a year liability insurance in case something goes wrong because the agents that were selling the houses said we're liable for everything that's going there. So we got a policy to try and protect every board member.
Jamie, if the easements make up a road, a private road, first of all, that was done ass backwards. I've done 14 subdivisions, and here's what you do when you want to have a road. You take the property and you make it a common easement that everyone owns that whole thing. It's not each one owns a part of it. Okay, so that was done wrong the first time. So now you have, if you do a search on the road, you find probably how many different deeds, how many different easements. I mean, about 14 of them. How many? How many people on this road?
About 14 or 15.
Okay, so you have 14 or 15 easements that make up the subdivision main road. Some of those easements, or one of them, is the half mile deeded by the developer. You guys have a private road and you're all responsible for it. True, you are. So what I don't understand is, what do you want?
I want to get rid of this piece of property so that we're not liable for anything.
Well, it's
and
never
the county
going
will not
to.
take
It's never going to
because they
happen.
said they have to
If you want to dedicate your road to the county, That is a very long and involved process. I've also done that. You have to bring it up to county standards, and you have to have a dedication, and they have to accept it. And if they don't want to, they don't have to. But if you're part of, let's say, 14 people in a subdivision, there's no way that you're going to escape liability for the road, not just your section, but for the whole road. Everyone in the HOA that took on the road to maintain is responsible for everything that goes on. But really and truly, the way you would do it is you would insure your land and your house, and the other 13 people would insure their land and their house. And since the easement is part of your land and the other easement is part of their land, then if anything ever happened on that particular easement, that particular insurance company would fight it. So you guys, in an effort to try to do this the right way, did everything wrong.
I figured so.
I mean, that's just the long and short of it. So in order to correct this, what you would do is have a homeowners meeting where you all agree to deed the property to the entity. Okay? HOA LLC, whatever the name of it is. Woodman Valley LLC, Woodman Valley HOA. You guys would all deed the property to that entity. Okay? Now that entity would then maintain and keep that road. But the liability would be limited to that entity. So if someone got hurt on any section of that road, since it's all now owned by Woodman Valley LLC, they can only go after Woodman Valley LLC. They won't be able to go after Walt personally. That's the way to have this corrected.
Okay.
Now, is Woodman Valley an incorporated HOA?
No. We're just an association that takes care of the road.
Okay, but you said a nonprofit. Who says you're nonprofit?
That's the way everything was set up as a nonprofit because
you just said you're not incorporated.
Association gets paid.
You just said you're not incorporated. Then you said it was set up as a nonprofit. Well, it's either one or the other. Are you set up as a legal entity? Can I look you up in the state? Can I find an LLC, Woodman Valley or whatever you are? What's the name of your HOA organization?
Woodman Valley Improvement Association.
If I look that up, is it an LLC with the state?
As a nonprofit, yes.
Well, then you are an incorporation. Why did you say you're not?
Because I didn't know.
Well, you went to the state and formed a legal.
I don't understand.
Well, who is in charge there? I'm assuming it's not you. Who's in charge of this whole thing?
We have 4 people that are board members.
Okay.
That,
do they want? Does everyone want to do? Does everyone want to do the same thing? Does everyone want to get out of personal liability?
Yes.
Okay. Then to do what I say. All right. You got to form this entity or make sure it's formed properly. And if it's formed properly, now all of you have to deed your property, your easements, to this entity. This entity has to be written up as the sole responsible party for maintenance of this road. If someone gets into trouble in the future, if someone crashes or rolls over and says the road was not properly maintained, they can only go after Woodman Valley Improvement Association. They can't go after the individuals. That's the reason for a limited liability company. I have to take a break. If you have any other questions, you can ask them, but that's exactly what you're supposed to do. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Renew Home Innovations for the most beautiful showers you can find. Inside and out. They have these porcelain walls that are second to none. They are absolutely gorgeous. porcelain. They can put the porcelain all through your bathroom. They can do it in the shower enclosure, but you will love renewhomeinnovations.com, and they can do it in 2 or 3 days, and you have all kinds of options to pay. 303-904-2000. Call them for the most beautiful shower conversions. 303-904-2000.
Right.
The Children's
Hey,
Hospital
Mark.
Colorado Mighty Millions raffle VIP
I'll talk
prize
to him
deadline.
later.
Hey, do you need him?
No, I'll do it
Miss your
after the
chance to win a Ford
spots.
Bronco Raptor and 7 nights of
Very kind.
Canada, or choose $100,000. Plus, you'll be in to win the $2.4 million grand prize show home in beautiful Winter Park. Enjoy the thrill of winning with the joy of giving to Children's Hospital Colorado. Hurry, VIP deadline is midnight tomorrow. Buy now at MightyMillionsRaffle.com.
888heating.com. I want you to think of 888 Heating as the savings company. For $45, they'll do a deep clean of your furnace and air conditioner, or air conditioner. Right now, you would be concentrating on the air. But here's what I want to tell you what's really important. What's really important is that if you want a high efficiency unit, you want these people, because these people can give you the best price, the absolute best price when it comes to high efficiency units. In fact, they say put them to the test and see. The guaranteed lowest prices, 888heating.com, and you can save every month with these high efficiency units. 303-770-2776. Speaking of saving money, the Art of Granite is so proud of what they do, they'll give you prices on the phone, like right now. All you do is call them. Now, they do granite and quartz, quartzite, marble, any kind of solid surface, natural stone or man-made. And they give you prices on the phone because really their pricing is easy. They do wholesale on all materials. They do tear out and haul away free. They have tons of incentives like free backsplashes, free bathroom when you do the kitchen, and also free sinks. So if you want a price, they love to give it to you. When you add it all up, they're the best value in countertops. 303-386-5919, 386-5919, theartofgranite.com. Hey, Genesis Total Exteriors. When I say Genesis, it means in the beginning. And that's what they do. They come in from the very beginning and they babysit this project all the way through. In a category that is really riddled with liars, cheats, and rips-offs, it's nice to have a wonderful company like Genesis. I know Mark and Madeline, they run this company in a very honorable way. They love their customers. They give them the best values and the best jobs. 303-679-8509. Whether it's anything on the outside of your house or bathrooms, kitchens, and basements, they can do it all. That's GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509.
Yes.
Yep.
3.7.
No. I mean, doesn't he have a TV
Hey, Tom?
show
Yes.
called The Blaze?
I don't know.
What happens? You've always said that if something gets deeded to you or left in a will, you don't have to accept it. What if they didn't accept the deed?
What are you talking about? If who doesn't accept what?
Well, you've always said if somebody leaves you something
Blaze
in their
Media.
will, you're not obligated to accept it, correct?
Well, yeah, but we're not talking about leaving something in a will.
BlazeTV.com.
We're talking about
Okay,
these
that's right.
property
That's why
owners
he has such a,
deeding it over to the HOA.
Nice production. I think he does a
Yeah,
TV show.
but if he deeded it to them, do they have to accept it? Do they have to
He
accept
is
it?
them. There's 14 owners.
Oh.
They would all get together
can
and
watch
say,
it almost
let's deed
anywhere.
our properties to the HOA. And they're all part of the HOA. So they would deed it to the
I know, I
HOA,
understand.
and the HOA would own it. There would be no reason to object to it. They're all doing it together to get out of liability.
No, I got actually.
Okay, I understand that.
Okay, that's
may,
to get
he
out of
may,
liability, not to increase
endorse.
liability. Who would
Right,
say, no,
right,
I want to
okay.
keep it for myself? I
No,
mean, I
no,
guess
no.
they could, but I think every
What I'm
one of them
saying
would
is-
do that.
His endorsement here, I think.
Yeah,
so.
the original guy who owned it, right?
Yeah.
Dead guy.
He deeded it to them.
For what?
Do they have to accept
Or
it?
like-
No,
Just
they
as
didn't have to
saying.
accept that deed. But it doesn't matter
endorsement
Right.
because he's
Yeah.
upset about
Yes,
liability. That was
Yes,
only
about
a
the
half
owner.
mile
Yeah.
of the whole road.
But then you have to buy the spot.
If they didn't
Okay,
accept it, they would have still been responsible for 80% of the road.
Oh, okay, right. That's
But
what I was
he's per-
thinking.
I guess my point
Okay,
is he's per area.
And if they
understand.
don't do
Colorado
anything,
Springs,
they're
he's
each going to be responsible for
Fort
everything.
Collins, he's another.
The way they have it done right now is stupid.
That's how he makes his money.
I agree with you totally.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom,
Yes, sir.
Nice.
I've found if you say
But
it
that would
louder,
be,
we'll understand it
you know,
more.
his
Shut up.
audience, you know what I mean? They,
F off.
it's just like Tom.
You.
I mean,
Oh,
they really
God.
follow.
You.
Yeah.
And,
Whatever you say to
it's a
me
totally
bounces
different
off me
audience,
and goes to you.
Period. So it's
Sticks like glue.
93.7.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Uh-huh.
And he's going to be talking
Yeah.
about us in his radio show.
Are you done with Walt, or
Not
are you
mine.
going back to him?
But his
I'll give him
radio
one
show.
kiss off.
Done.
I'll go back to him.
Okay, smooches then.
Now, are you sure he isn't the HOA and they
yeah.
do own it because of the
He's in
deed?
350
That's what I thought he started out by saying.
What did he start out by saying?
I thought he said that the guy deeded it to the HOA,
Well,
not to him personally.
They were told
Right.
they'd have to have
But their main
insurance on that
concern,
road.
here's what their main concern is that they're all personally liable. And he's absolutely right. They are.
I like what you said,
No, I
though. You got to
wouldn't do
clean
that.
it
I
up
would
and
just
try
do
to
it
give it
here.
to the
It's
county.
separate.
Good
He
luck.
does separate areas.
Oh, boy.
I mean, I know he's been on Fox. Yeah, he hosted. Well, wait.
He had his own show, I think.
Which ran from 06 to 08 on Headline News.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
Oh, and then from January 09 to June 2011.
All
Fox
right.
News. And now,
Coming
on
back
The
if
Blaze,
anybody
which
cares.
is his own
Oh, you mean Beck?
Filtered and uncensored. Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-255. I want to simplify this. As a developer of many, many years, 14 subdivisions plus commercial developments, I can tell you what it works. When you have a subdivision, you can do a county road from the beginning, dedicate it to the county, get their permission, and build it according to them. They come out and inspect it. At the end, you have a subdivision bordering a county road. Or you can do a private road where the HOA takes an access easement to each property. The HOA owns it, runs it, and maintains it. Then the worst way to do it in the world is to take individual easements from each lot and maintain a road with everyone individually responsible. It's ridiculous. To get out of that, Walt, it's a very simple process. You guys get together as an HOA, make sure it's a legal HOA and that you are incorporated as an LLC. And what you do is this. You all deed your easements to the LLC, to the HOA, with the express understanding that the HOA was formed to take care and maintain that road. That's it. That's it. Now you have an LLC, and if you have to collect dues to keep that up, you all chip in dues, you vote dues, you do everything you would normally do with any LLC. Now let's say someone comes in and they roll their car and they say this road was not crowned properly, or this road is dangerous. I'm going to sue. So they start suing. The only people they can sue if you did this legally is the entity that owns it, the HOA LLC. They can't go out and get Walt personally. So if your people want to know how to do it, they should talk to an attorney. I've done so many of these. It's easy. You deed the easements to an LLC. The LLC has limited liability. Do you have any follow-up question?
So we don't have to worry about the road at all as far as what we own.
Okay. If you deed your easement to the LLC, you no longer own it. The LLC owns it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for
But get
clarifying
legal
everything.
advice. What I'm giving you is not legal advice. It's life advice from I've done it. I've been there and I've done it. It's not some BS advice, okay? That's the way you do it. The HOA is going to own that road.
Is there a person?
What?
Is there an attorney that would be best to go for?
Actually,
is there a person for legal advice that we could?
I don't know if Brad O'Brien might be. He's a real estate attorney. But I'm not sure if he does subdivisions and formations of planned unit developments, PUDs. I'm not sure, but I would start with Brad O'Brien for sure. Brad O'Brien is a real estate attorney.
Got it.
Now, But it's a very simple thing. You're looking for an entity to own the easements, own them. You no longer own that property. It's owned by the HOA. Then you guys come up with a due structure that works, and you come up with a leader or whatever, and you have elections on it. But just because you're part of an LLC doesn't mean they can sue you personally. They can't. Okay, so that's what you want. Okay. Thank you, Walt. Yep. I hope everything goes well for you. 303-713-8255. We have a problem with Verizon. Go ahead, Robert. What is it?
That's me.
Yes, sir.
What was it, 2 years ago? And anyhow, it just landed at my doorstep. So I didn't order a phone, so I took the phone, called up Verizon. What the heck's going on? Oh, that shouldn't have went to you. That was supposed to be intercepted and kept by FedEx. And I said, okay, what's going on? Oh, there's fraud on your account. Well, nobody's notified me.
Yeah, that's a scam.
So anyhow,
the whole cell phone thing is a scam. So what happened then? A cell phone showed up at your door without you ever ordering one.
So I called Verizon and I said, hey, I'm doing an upgrade anyhow, so it's a better phone. Why don't we just take the mistake? I'll take the phone. I'll send this one back to you, and we'll just call it a wash.
But were you really dealing? Were you really dealing with Verizon at that point?
I was dealing with Verizon.
Okay.
Most certainly was dealing with Verizon.
Well, okay, then I don't think it's a scam. So it showed up at your door by mistake, and you said, I want to keep it anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
My phone was doing an upgrade.
Yeah.
It's been 2 years, so.
I got it. So then what?
So I kept the phone, worked with Verizon to, get everything straightened out. And then maybe 3 days later, I got another phone coming to me. And I was like, huh? And I got a notification from FedEx that you got delivery. So I comes to my door, the FedEx driver, I said, it's not my phone.
Can I ask you this, Robert? Robert, can I ask you this? When the first phone showed up and you decided to keep it, did you get it actually working under your old number?
Yes, I did. I called them up, had him swap the SIM up.
Okay,
everything.
got it. And so you got that phone, that first one, virtually free.
No, I was making payments on it.
Okay. Then the second one showed up literally 3 days later.
And I refused the phone. So that one goes back. About a week later, I get another phone. Then I call him again. Hey, man, I got this. Well, you have to type in your site. To go to type in my PIN don't work. They've got my PIN. So then, okay, what do we got to do? Well, I can't change your PIN on the phone. You're going to have to go to the store because of the fraud. Okay, so I think it was one store open. I live in Oregon. So I had to drive all the way over from where I'm way out of town into Springfield. I get to the store there, walk in, and after waiting in line, and the guy tells me, oh, you have to go through fraud prevention. That's on the 800 number.
Now, let me ask you something. Is this with the third phone in hand, or did you never get the third phone?
I didn't take anything after that. I just told the FedEx driver, I said, you see him?
Okay, I got it.
Back.
So where do you stand right now? What's the problem right now?
Well, I had argued with them.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't take that off, any of these phones or anything off my belt. So that's when I went down to the store.
So all three, hold on. All three phones, you're telling me, are on your account.
At that point, yes. There was more. There was more than that. There was also, all of a sudden, a Walmart charge off your phone account popped up.
Okay.
So all you have to do is walk into Walmart, scan the thing, and it's yours.
So I'm very interested. Wait a minute. I'm very interested in this because this was targeted. Yet when you called Verizon about the first one, they acknowledged that it was a mistake, right?
Yep, sure did.
And you said, well, even though it's a mistake, I want to upgrade anyway, so I'll just keep it. Then after that, a second one came. Did Verizon say the second one was a mistake?
Yes, they told me it was fraud and I shouldn't have got to my door.
Well, hold on. A mistake or fraud? There's two different things. You said the first one was a mistake.
Fraud. It was fraud.
Was the first one?
It was fraud. They're both fraud.
every one of them you got was
everything's
fraud. But now it seems very odd to me that the first phone was delivered in a fraudulent scheme and Verizon let you keep it.
Don't ask me. They did.
Okay.
And I've been arguing with them ever since.
What are you arguing about?
What they did.
What are you arguing about?
Well, what happened? Okay, what happened, because I keep getting these phones and keep sending them back, but when the Walmart thing came up and they had my PIN, well, now I got big concerns. So that's when I started making more phone calls to them, and finally it was like, well, you got to go to the store.
How many phones in all? How many phones in all kept showing up? Are we talking about a dozen?
I gave up. I quit counting. I quit counting. There was maybe 5 one day, 3 the next.
Okay.
I was having fun just going on to look at the FedEx thing anymore because I see it's coming to me.
Wow. So where does it stand right now? Are every one of those phones that showed up, are they on your account?
At this point, I'm not even sure what's on there anymore.
Well, no, here's what I'm asking. It's very easy. Robert, when did all this start?
Was what, about 2.5 years ago?
Okay, here's what I'm going to ask you because you said you don't know. Yes, you do. Are you paying for one phone or are you paying for 5 phones?
I have dropped Verizon totally and went to a different company.
Okay. Are you being billed by Verizon?
I have a big bill by Verizon for $3,000.
Okay. And they're saying it's for 5 phones.
I admit, and now, Tom, I admit to owing part of that because I was paying on the phones. But I don't owe the full amount for this phone. I just don't owe all these full amounts that they're trying to charge me.
Robert, according to your story, about 6 or 7 phones showed up at your house and you only kept one of them. What I'm asking you is before you left Verizon, were you paying on 6 or 7 phones or 1?
No, just I was paying on. I was paying on 3 with phone.
Why
numbers?
Why were you paying? Why were you paying for 3? Why were you paying for 3 phones?
No, that was my original plan with Verizon. 3 phones. I had an iPad and 2 phones.
Okay, so the other phones that you sent back,
a year and a half.
The other phones that you refused, okay, where are they? Does Verizon think they're yours?
No, Verizon. They're at the Verizon warehouse wherever they went. They know that.
Now, why are you concerned if Verizon has a bill with you and you're not with them anymore? Just ignore the bill. It was all fraudulent.
What they did is they were charging me over on each bill because they were charging me for like 4 phones, 5 phones.
Yeah, but you never had them. What difference does it make? It's a false fraudulent bill.
Yeah, I never had them, but they wouldn't take it off there.
Oh, they don't have to take it off. You just don't pay it. They'll never prove it was yours. Hold on, I got to come right back. Hang on, bro. I have to take a break. 303-713-8255.
Thank you.
Long-winded story that could have been.
Hey, Mark.
This is Dan.
Hey, he can't hear you.
Okay, well, I'm going to.
Okay, now Dan Kaplan today at 4.
Is Ravina's the only one in this break?
Denver.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz.
Yeah, working with one crash coming into downtown southbound at 20th, kind of left lane, left shoulder area. It's backed up to I-76. It's actually improving a little bit. We had a couple of lanes blocked, so off to the left side, kind of keep to the right, but it is jamming pretty heavily. 270 is a little busy out of Commerce City. East side of I-70 coming west of E-470, the toll highway. Some construction's holding up the drive, and into the foothills, they've reopened I-70 there at the Veteran Memorial Tunnels. Rock scaling underway, and we're still seeing slowdowns. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Ben Ferguson.
And I'm Ted Cruz. One-on-one exclusive at the White House with Elon Musk. Doge, AI, Tesla bombings, Donald Trump, Mars, and killer robots.
Unfiltered and uncensored. Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now wherever you get your podcasts.
Gravina's Windows, Siding and Doors, 950 West Evans, the original Gravina's with 50 lines of windows. What does that tell you? that tells you that one size doesn't fit all and they know it. And instead of being forced into one brand, one thing, one trick, they'll put you in any window that's best for you, both value and quality, whether it's a rental, a fix and flip, or your dream home. They also have a variety of siding manufacturers and doors they represent. So when you want variety, heritage, and the best in window siding and doors, you want Gravina's, the original Gravina's, 950 West Evans. And their number is 303-GRAVINA, Gravina, or gravinas.com. Mark?
Gil, what's your deal with Mark?
Mark.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
On this sheet here, if it's not checked, you didn't do it. I have to make up all of these?
No, hold on, let me look.
Because we had a
like
bunch
his
of 888
prostate.
heatings to make up when Fix It was on.
No, just let me look. Hold
All
on,
right.
I'm in the middle of
Like his prostate, it was not checked. So Tom, you got to do that.
His prostate.
It should be smooth and almond shaped, Tom.
Oh my
Yes.
God.
Mine is more like a cashew. No. Mine is more like a pecan. It's all wrinkled.
Like a cat toy.
Damn it.
Nah.
This guy with the phones, he sounds fishy to me.
Well, he's got a story to tell. Let him finish his story. I know it's only 2 more hours to go, but. And then
Okay,
I
let me
walked
see what
in
we
and
got.
I was wearing green, and they said, "Hey, it's not."
What was
St.
yesterday?
Patrick's Day."
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Today is Thursday.
Done. Everything done. Tuesday, 888's fine. CMG's fine. Yeah, it's all good. Tuesday's done. Wednesday's done.
Thank you,
Every
bro.
one of
Thank you. Appreciate that. Got it. Thank you so much. Got it.
I'd testify that he did it. I will attest that Mark did what he said he did.
I will attest.
Plus, the one guy, the
It was-
CMG was in studio that day. So.
Oh, good.
Yep.
This is like the old Atari version.
Old what?
The old Atari version of, whoops.
Hmm.
The game. Did you have an old 2600 growing up, Shannon? You're
No.
about that time frame.
Well,
A TRS-80?
what was the one that did Pong?
TRS-80.
No, you're thinking the original Nintendo.
Mine would have predated you. Mine had Pong on it.
I had my grandmother's. That's all it played was hockey, Pong. It was all the same game.
Yep.
And the controllers had little dials on them.
Hours sitting there turning my knob.
Get them on. Do I need
What?
to get this Richard guy back on, Mark? I'm just seeing.
Who's that?
About the will?
Who are you referring to?
It's an irrelevant
Mobile and
fact.
RV park. Is Richard the one that couldn't park where he wanted to park?
Yeah, but
But
it's
they would
not
still
going
be
to matter.
responsible
It's
for
too
80%.
convoluted.
Okay.
So it was a moot point.
Okie dokie, artichoke.
Just to let you know, because I feel like I'm letting you down, Tom, as soon as you get back, it's time to break.
Yeah, I know.
It's my fault.
I could kill Kelly.
For what? She's not even here.
I know.
What could you kill her for?
For not being here.
Why? Am I doing a bad job?
No, you're fine.
The difference is ridiculous.
Shannon. Shannon said I'm the stable one.
You don't
between
smell
me
like
and Kelly.
Moses. I mean, at least you actually moved the show forward. With her, it's just she's like a emotional pinata.
Her being just in the room is an improvement. Kelly's usually not even in the room.
We got to get her a kid's porta potty so she can go in here.
Wow, that would be quite the sight.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, Robert, there's something that I tell people to do when situations get so complicated, they're hard to unravel. What you're saying is about 2 years ago, a cell phone showed up at your door without you ordering it. They said it was a mistake. You said, I'll keep it anyway. And then you used it as an upgrade. Then one phone after another showed up. 6 or 7 phones. You got disgusted with Verizon and went to a whole different company. Did you keep any of the phones from Verizon?
Yes, I did. I kept all 3.
You kept 3 of the 7.
I owe for those. 7. Yeah, and I owe partial bills on those phones.
Okay,
and I admit that.
Then what you do is this.
And I told them that.
Then you write a letter very easily, or an email or whatever. Not a letter. You know what I mean. You write to them saying, "I acknowledge that I kept 3 of the phones, and I incurred this much in billing."
That's been done.
All right.
I already did that.
Then that's all you need to do. Then you ignore them. And let me explain what I mean by that.
But
Robert,
what I've got now is it's on my credit report, and then the other thing that happens to me is
you can test it on your credit report. Robert, if you listen for a second, then you can tell me what you don't want to do. But here's what people should do.
Can I tell you this real quick, Tom?
Go ahead.
What I did is I refinanced through I got rid of my COVID hangover and cleared all my debt out. So I have a check for Verizon for $3,000, but I'm going to refuse. I'll eat the cost before I send that check in.
Now, this $3,000 is what you don't think you owe. How much do you think you owe?
He bonded around his mortgage, is what he's saying.
Around $1,500, about half of it.
Okay. But now I'm going to tell you the strategy I tell some consumers to do. When things cannot come to a head, you just do nothing. Here's what happens. It forces the other party to take action. And if you are secure in your records and what you say, they will never prove their case. It actually benefits you if they take it to court because you actually get to tell your story. You just forget about them. But what I'm saying now is...
Yeah, I've been tempted to actually take them to court myself.
But you have nothing to take them to court? You have nothing to sue for.
Yeah.
Okay, then why were you tempted to take him to court?
Just because I give you $1,500 in here, or work it through the judge was my.
Okay, Robert, you have nothing to sue for. You haven't paid him anything. You have nothing to sue for. You can't sue them just because.
Whole thing stinks.
Robert, I'm going to say this once again. You write to them and tell them exactly what you think you owe and offer an amount in final settlement, and then leave it and make them come after you. It's that easy. If you only kept 3 phones and you have records of that, that's what you pay. The rest they would have to prove. They're never going to do it. As far as your credit report, you can test it. That's all I can tell you. I'm not going to keep going over and over and over and over with the same advice. Thank you. You tell me what happens. They're not going to come after you. Chris has a quick follow-up question on something, but I'm going to have to wait till after this. Chris, hang on. I'll come right to you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Yeah, working with one crash coming into downtown southbound at 20th, kind of left lane, left shoulder area. It's backed up to I-76. It's actually improving a little bit. We had a couple of lanes blocked, so off to the left side, kind of keep to the right, but it is jamming pretty heavily. 270 is a little busy out of Commerce City, East side of I-70 coming west of E-470, the toll highway. Some construction's holding up the drive. And into the foothills, they've reopened I-70 there at the Veteran Memorial Tunnels. Rock scaling underway, and we're still seeing slowdowns. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
You know, you really want a dependable auto repair shop, and an honest one that has some legs that have been around a while, and one that'll stay around a while. You also want someone that will do pre-buy inspections on used cars to keep you from having big hassles. You want someone who can actually maintain a car while it's still under warranty for your regular maintenance, not your warranty repairs, but regular maintenance. All of this comes with SheridanAutotech.com. Honesty, integrity, experience, convenience, value. It's everything you want. And Uncle Kevin, I call him, Kevin Kalkin, the owner, treats his people like family, both employees and customers. So go to Uncle Kevin, SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242. Well worth the drive from anywhere on Colfax, west of Wadsworth. Just west. 303-455-7242. 888heating.com can save you 30 to 40% a month. If you have an older furnace or AC, they do high efficiency units and they guarantee the lowest price. They're not kidding. If you compare high efficiency to high efficiency, you will not get a better price. Call them 303-770-2776. They want to be put to the test. 888heating.com, 770-2776.
But you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll put it in queue for you. Hey, I wanted to tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, first
F off.
Are you and your daughter going to come out in the next few weeks and meet the pups?
Well, then we come out that Thursday, right? Because you're leaving Friday, the night before, and just get an overview.
Okay, we're leaving Wednesday.
Okay.
So, are you sure she wants to do it?
She already got the time off in the city.
Okay, and she definitely wants to do it.
Now,
Okay, she's not afraid of dogs, is she?
No, because we have.
Oh, okay, good. I wanted to be sure. So you're saying you just want to come over the night before, Tuesday night, and meet the pups?
Yeah, I want to come out with her when we
Sure.
do the overview.
But you don't want to do it before then?
You want? Yeah, maybe we should.
Like that Sunday before?
Okay.
Are you guys usually around on a Sunday?
Yeah, we're around on the weekend.
Okay. Well,
And
let's
then- and then I
tentatively
might
plan
spend the
that.
night with her one night. Is that okay?
Bo, you could stay there the whole time if you want. That was my whole point, though. If she's scared or didn't want to
Well,
do it.
it's a big property. She's out in the
Woods. Yeah.
We got coyotes, wolves, bears, and mountain lions. Nothing to worry
That's
about.
the stuff in the freezer.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just the stuff out in the garage.
Perfect. Okay. Okay. Cool. You're welcome to stay there too. I don't care. We just needed someone for our pups. That's all. So
we'll come out like on a weekend before.
the
That's a
Sunday
good-
before, just you know. What day is that? Let's see here.
Did you find yourself on the Tesla doc site?
Dock site. Oh, I have no idea.
So
The
like
dock
on the
site,
27th.
yeah. Let me see.
Yeah, I mean,
DOX, not DOCS.
Yeah.
sure. Okay, and yeah, I mean, if you still want to stay with her, fine.
Dude, I know diction, so shut it.
Okay, but she's good with pups and all that stuff. Okay. All right, sweeto. Okay, let me put this in queue for you. You what?
We're getting a new one, so it wouldn't drive me crazy if someone blew my old one up.
Right.
It would not drive me crazy at all.
Hey, you want to know something?
Hint, hint.
I took an Uber from the airport, and the guy picked me up on a Tesla.
Yeah.
Woo, woo,
A
woo.
Model 3.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
And he
Well,
told
let's
me that he
tentatively plan
has
that, and as it gets closer, we'll touch base.
192,000 miles.
I believe
And
it.
he's
Abby,
only
what's her name?
had to repair the tires.
Tires.
And the wipers.
Yep.
And the brakes.
Let's see here.
That's it.
Bo has
I'm
an
shocked he even
update.
needed brakes.
But he says that the battery is not dying, but I mean it's decreased.
It's probably half.
Right, because
But
of the age.
192,000
I mean, that's
miles, my
amazing,
God.
man. How much does a battery cost?
I don't know on a Model 3,
Finally
but
retired.
probably
She
about
retired, yeah.
$8,000.
Jeez.
So intimately.
It'd be like putting an engine in.
That's expensive.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
most
for
people
30
would
years.
never keep it that long. That's incredible. He's probably done great too. Uber.
192,000.
Yeah.
No
yeah,
gas.
He
No
was number one
gas.
for a while.
He said it cost him $2 to charge a Tesla at his home.
Our new one comes with free charging for life.
Really?
Hey, Mark, are you waiting for the
Supercharged.
S?
I'm waiting for the S, but we're getting an X either right at the end of the
It's
month
ready to
or
be
after
picked
the
up.
end of the month.
You know,
the
I
X
looked
Plaid.
into leasing, you know.
Yeah.
They have great deals, but no conventional leasing company will lease an electric car.
Yeah, you would just go through Tesla.
Yeah, you can't go through any. In other words, if it's electric, if it's not done by the manufacturer of that electric car, no independent
Yeah.
leasing companies will write for.
Yeah,
an
because they
elec-
depreciate so fast.
That's right. Or they
this
don't.
guy
They don't know if they don't know what the price will be.
This guy from Uber, he's leasing that Tesla from Uber.
Yeah,
Here we go.
they have deals like that.
$1,200 a month.
That's high as hell.
Listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Tom Martino now. Chris has a question. Chris, what's going on, man?
Yeah, hi.
Good.
Yeah,
man.
hi. Good morning. I just have a follow-up question on a call earlier. As a recap, I had a trailer that jackknifed and lost the container I was hauling. And insurance didn't cover it.
Now,
the
insurance
container was
didn't,
towed
insurance
in the
didn't
bill
cover
by
what?
about $7.
Hold on, Chris. Insurance didn't cover the container?
It didn't cover the towing and storage of the container.
Okay, got it.
So my question is if I abandon the container, what is the probability of the tow company coming after me civilly?
Well, okay. Was that the only thing that was towed, or was everything towed under one bill?
No, it was only the container.
Well, okay, so when you got into this accident, the container came off the trailer, is that right?
That's correct.
How big is the container?
It's an 8 by 13.
Okay.
Weighs about 4,000 pounds.
Okay. And who and did it roll off the road, or was it blocking traffic? Why was it hoisted and taken away by a tow company?
Yeah, it was on a mountain road and was an impediment.
Now, okay, who told them to take it away? Did the state police or did you?
Did I? Yeah, I did.
Okay, then you're responsible for that bill. If your insurance doesn't pay and you want to forfeit that that container and its contents, that's really up to the towing company what they want to do. They can choose to come after you personally for just the job, or they can let it go. It would be best to try to negotiate because it's just better that way. But you are responsible. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Uh-huh. He was a follow-up. He'd been on before at least once.
Yeah, I don't have them down, though.
He was in the show notes. I saw him
What
one for
model?
310.
Where do you... Okay,
Just so
that's
you know.
fine.
I got an S and we've got an X.
March
What's the
10th, his
difference?
name is Chris.
I got it. Thank
well,
you. Got it.
The S is
You are
the
welcome.
S and X are the fast luxury ones. They're over $100,000.
This one's not like this one here.
The one I have
The one
here.
I have?
The one I have
Also,
right here, yeah.
Tom?
Okay.
It was 110
Yeah?
to give you an idea.
All right.
The
X?
Deputy
the
Bo
Y,
has an
the
update,
X is
and it's one I did not get the notes
106.
in
What
for,
about
so
the
you're not going to
Y?
know the
The
notes.
Y
you might
right now,
have
you
to.
can get a really nice Y.
Okay.
Full
Marked on my
self-driving,
computer last
which
week,
usually
and
you
I
pay
couldn't
per
keep
month
notes.
or you
Right,
pay
right.
when you buy it. Full
Well, like most things, Tom,
self-driving,
you're gonna
it's
have to
the
fake it.
upgraded one, and I believe they're about 43,000. And I think it also
43,000?
What's your favorite
yeah,
chip?
and I think it includes
the Pringles?
supercharging forever.
No
Is
longer
that the,
made.
What size are they?
What? Pringles are no longer
They're
made?
smaller than it's like, let me think of something like it. It's like a Kona or like a Ford Escape.
No, I got you. Okay.
Yeah, it's
like
a
an SUV
small. The Y is kind of like an SUV.
Who made it?
And then the Model 3, like you were in probably,
is just a small.
is a little car.
Right.
Yeah, the S is a sports car, and then the X is a really fast SUV. But the S and X, forget about the speed part of it, they're way more comfortable. I mean, it's like when you're on I-25 doing 90, it's just
nice,
very nice compared to bouncing around like crazy.
Right. Got it.
You know, the suspension, everything. But they're very basic in the cockpits, Joe. If you got in mine and you're used to like a German car or even a Cadillac or something, ours is, you sit down, I got a touch screen, that's about it.
Right. I've seen it last night.
Yeah, just like that.
I know you're pretty basic in the cockpit.
The new X is, shut up. The new X, actually, the screen tilts, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, this guy was showing me that, we were going on E470 to Parker, right?
Yep.
And it can tell when it turns its blinker on, when it's going to be changing lanes, it turns the blinker off once he gets back into the lane.
Oh, you've
my
never...
God. It's amazing
have you never been in a self-driving yet?
Never.
You haven't?
No.
Let's go for a ride after this show.
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what, I mean, my car kind of...
What time are you splitting?
I got to go at noon.
All right, I'll walk out with you, and we'll go for a real quick drive.
Okay.
And you'll drive, but actually you won't drive.
That's amazing.
Yeah, if you've never seen it, I mean, it's crazy. I put an address in, and I hit a button, and it drives me there.
Jesus.
Everything. Doesn't matter if it's circle.
Amazing.
Everything. I literally don't, from here to my house in Franktown, I literally don't have to do anything.
Mark, what
Ever.
about emergency vehicles?
What do you mean?
Like a fire truck or a cop?
It knows if it sees them. I'm not saying you wouldn't have to intervene. You probably would in some cases, for sure.
Jesus.
But it drives you to your home, huh?
Yeah.
It can drive you any place.
Any place.
That's good.
Well, you probably have yours programmed to run over Venezuelans.
Well, 3 go.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
Tesla messaged you back.
Oh, okay.
There are no incentives.
I got my own electric car.
Say that again.
I don't need a Tesla.
Yeah, you got your own toy.
When is it? Is it in the app?
Yeah, under messages. Says as of right now, there are not further incentives on the Model X.
Man. Not even like a taint massager?
I don't know who this is, Alexis.
That's
not,
the guy you dealt with.
Are you sure? That sounds like a woman. Alexis?
Positive. Most positive. That's who you dealt with. And he's, Alexis can be a guy named in foreign countries.
No, I went to Dallas.
Oh, you flew to Dallas?
Yeah.
Did you do that just a meeting?
Yes.
I'm just telling him to call me.
Yep.
He's the one that told me to wait, so that's why I find that a very odd answer.
Free supercharging, that's it.
Which is not great for us.
How much time did he spend with you?
Probably about a couple of hours.
Oh, a couple of hours, not like 10 minutes.
Oh no. We got to watch his show. On radio.
Oh, were you on? Did you participate in?
No. There's a lot of security. I mean, this guy.
There used to be a shop in Lakewood at Mississippi and Pierce that worked on pinball machines. It was probably Mark's best friend, Dan.
And then you have to have a...
Where was it?
A shop in Lakewood at Mississippi and Pierce that worked on pinball machines. I'm just saying that was probably Dan.
No, his was in one of our computer stores.
Was there other people there?
It was on Santa Fe. That's the only shop he's ever had outside of his...
Oh, and pardon me, JR from the road. JR, is that really you on my Facebook? As a whole different name, by the way.
Oh, man. Wonderful guy.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's not some arrogant.
No.
Hey, Suze.
Yes.
I got an update also.
He was wearing
if we get slow.
What do you have an update on?
His face.
Lady called about 2 weeks ago about a phone that she couldn't get service.
Really?
Yeah. Easy going guy.
Yeah. And he lives there, obviously, right?
Yeah.
I think you could avoid some trouble with your new Tesla if you put a big-ass Harris Walls bumper sticker on it.
Oh, yeah. And
it was
Say it again, Shannon.
It was
Put a Harris
Hetty.
Walls bumper sticker on your Tesla.
I'm listening. It's what?
Her name was Hetty.
Rolls-Royce.
H-E-D-Y.
Rolls-Royce.
Like Hetty Lamar?
Right? I mean,
Doc?
it's just amazing.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Hetty Lamar?
What are you,
Yeah, it was
crazy?
Hetty Lamar. She came out from the dead.
Because it's ironic she'd be calling about cell phones in that she invented the technology. Did you know that?
I knew
outta
that she
here.
did something. I was not aware specifically of what it was.
Spread spectrum technology that allows phones and other devices like radar to communicate on multiple frequencies simultaneously.
Wow, pretty impressive.
Not bad, and hotter than wolf piss.
I don't think Alexis is that guy. I just really don't.
You making fun of a guy with a girl's name? Sort of
No.
that'll come in there.
I think I'm making fun of a girl with a girl's name.
Oh. Tesla needs to invent a baseball bat that comes out of the side and whacks the crap out of anybody with a key.
Well, you could shock the shit out of them if
I
they
wa-
just took it up.
There's got to be a way to turn the thing into the largest taser ever. Solenoid in that thing that just keeps building static all day long. Bring it on, you purple-haired, bepierced douche nozzle. Oh, look, we're starting.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Thank you for being here, as we've been doing for 45 years. Oh, my gosh. In Denver alone, that's the longest running radio show with the same host currently on the air, and we are solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. So welcome to the show. Let's talk. We have in the studio Joseph Chiano, certified financial planner, and we also have Major Marc Mager and Deputy Doc, and then I'm in the home studio. We're kicking butt today and every day. So, Joe, I have a text for you, and they want to know about this movie thing. They went to the last one. Is it the same movie? They want to know, and it. I mean, it doesn't matter if it is or isn't, but this one already saw that movie and wanted to know if this is a new one.
No, it's not a new one, Tom. It's actually the same movie. We had so many requests.
Yeah.
To show
but
it again.
you want new people anyway, because the ones that saw it,
absolutely,
they took action. So if you saw the movie, it is the same movie. But I would say, Joe, that new information comes out all the time, even with the same movie, because you take questions and answers, right?
That are absolutely right. You know, it's an educational movie. So if somebody saw the movie already, they can set up an appointment, an individual appointment with me, so they can come to the office or do a Zoom or do a telephone call, and we can answer all their questions, and we can actually talk about the main parts of the movie and how those apply to the individual.
And so the movie event we're talking about is on
that's Tuesday the 25th.
Yes. And
Tuesday
it's at
the 25th.
And the theater is what
at
area?
the
Highlands Ranch?
It's called the Highlands Ranch AMC 24, and the movie begins at 7 o'clock. But we ask people to please arrive at least 30 minutes early.
Yeah, and they're going to be
provide
refreshments and
concessions
everything,
free.
and refreshments and information. So just mark that on your calendars. You can call 303. Let's see. So what? 779-6600. Is that which number you want?
Yes, Tom. 303-779-6600, or they can actually go to the website and sign up.
MyMoneyMyWay.com. All right. Let's talk to Jeff. Jeff, by the way, anyone can call us at 303-713-TALK. That's the studio number, and iHeart in Denver. We also have the national number we use, which is mine, 303 Martino, 303-627-8466. And that number comes through to us 24/7, and we will put you on the show. Hey, Jeff, you want to talk about a bank issue? What's going on, Jeff?
Hi, Tom.
Hey.
We're just completing a trust, and we've got a 1099 from a bank in Estes Park. And
now, what does the trust? Wait a minute. Did the trust get the 1099?
No, a personal 1099 to my mother-in-law.
And okay, I don't understand what the trust has to do with it. Tell the story. Go ahead.
They're telling us that the account was opened in a trust with her name on it, and they can't do anything with the funds until they can see the trust.
So let me get this straight.
But there is
this your mother-in-law, right?
Yes,
Is she deceased?
And her husband passed away a year before.
Okay, so they're both passed away.
Yes, sir.
And there's a bank account owned by the trust.
Well, we didn't know that it was even there until we got this 1099.
I get it. A bank account is owned by your mother-in-law's estate. That's all. I mean, whether you knew about it or not, is that true in fact that it was owned by your mother-in-law's estate?
It was.
Okay. Was it a personal account or was it a business account?
Well, on this 1099, it says on the interest statement for 2024, it's a personal account, and then we have the account number for it.
Okay.
But
right, but was it transferred, Jeff? Was it transferred to the trust upon her death, or was it put in the trust while she was alive?
It was put in the trust while she was alive.
Okay. Why did she do it? What does the trust say about that bank account? Because you have a trust and you were looking through it. What does it say to do with the bank accounts?
We don't have the trust. We never had the trust. And
so
we have a family trust.
Okay.
That
but the mother-in-law,
did
the mother-in-law have her own trust?
It sounds like at one time she did, but we didn't know anything about it. The trust that we have was a family trust with her and her husband. And
the bank does not. What is the name of the trust that the bank says owns this account? Is it different than the family trust?
It is. It's under her name only.
Okay. And
her name.
And they say to you, they won't give you any information on this account unless they know you're authorized by the trust. Is that right?
Right. And we've sent them, we're authorized on the family trust. We do not have this.
Well, they don't care about that.
That
Jeff, they don't care about that. This trust that was formed by your mother-in-law, for whatever reason, we don't know, does it have more than that bank account in it? Do you know?
No, that's it.
And how do you know that?
In that. I'm sorry?
How do you know what that trust owns?
Well, it's just a personal trust, according to the bank.
And how do you know? And how do you know that personal trust doesn't own a castle in Great Britain?
I don't.
But Jeff, I'm asking. This is a real question. What you said, that this account showed up via a 1099. You went, wait a minute, what account is this? The bank says, oh, it's owned by mom-in-law's trust. And you said, okay, let's find out about it. No, you can't, not unless you're authorized by the trust. And you say, wait a minute, we only have the family trust. And the bank says, that's not the trust we're talking about. And then Jeff says, what trust are you talking about? And now you don't know anything about that trust. So it could have 10 other bank accounts in it. You have no idea what that trust owns. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, now we got something to go on. We have a trust somewhere sitting out there. And the question is, how do you find details about a trust since they're made specifically not to be public? Okay. So we have to find out. Did the bank have any suggestions? And by the way, Suze, what I would do, Suze, is call, Dan McKenzie. Let's see if we can get him on. We're going to call an attorney.
Got it.
We want to call an estate planning attorney to see if he has any information. But did the bank tell you what they needed?
Well, they told us a number of things. We've sent them the will, the first and second codicils of their will, that we sent them the family trust and the death certificate for Frances, for the mother-in-law.
Do any other relatives know anything at all about this trust?
We don't know anything about it.
Okay, hold on.
They don't know anything about it.
Okay. Okay. She obviously had a reason to form this. How much was the 1099 and what was the 1099 for?
The 1099 is for interest.
Right.
And it was $795, and that's the only thing that's on
And
here
was that
other
for
than her name and
was that
address.
for a year, sir?
It's for 2024, yes.
So if a bank account made $700 in 2024, what interest rate do you think that a bank would pay? What, 2 or 3%? Maybe 2%, if anything. So that's a sizable account.
Probably. I have a list from my father-in-law that he wrote back in 4/8 of 2011.
Yeah.
It says the Colorado Bank of Estes Park had $37,647 in it.
And is that the one we're talking about?
In her name.
Is
yes.
Yeah, that
We're
sounds like
guessing
a
only
small
one
account. That sounds like a small account. Listen, hang on, all right? Hang on, and we'll come right back to you and more. 303-713-TALK, 307-38255. Listen, Water Pros has the best water system right now that you can buy. And they have it for the best price anywhere in the country. You will never find a water softener, a forever chemical eliminator, a chlorine reducer or eliminator, and soft water and drinking water with reverse osmosis, all for under $4,000. It is the most incredible deal you'll ever find in the water business. That's why I represent them. Paul the Waterman, waterpros.net, 303-862-5554.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports, Capital One wants to help you hear more about today's top female athletes, learn more about your favorite teams, and earn more, like unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and grocery stores. So enjoy the game, the meal, the show, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You know, if ever you get in trouble, you're going to want to know the name of a defense attorney. You might say, wait a minute, Tom, I'm not going to get in trouble. Chances are sometime during your life, you're going to know someone who needs an attorney, have a relative, a loved one, or yourself, whether it's a DUI or some other offense. And the worst thing you can do is scramble for an attorney when you need one. So I tell people, okay, you'll never need a defense attorney, but put Joe Lazzara's name down anyway. LAZZARA. That's Lazara Legal. You can find him at referrals.com, or you can always call him, and he'll talk to you initially for any problem, free of charge up front, 303-429-6200. Give you the lay of the land, and then it's flat rate pricing depending on the charge. So you're not nickeled and dimed every time you talk or show up in court. So if you want flat rate pricing, free initial consultations, Joseph A. Lazara, 303-429-6200. You know, you hear a lot of people here on this station and around talking about hair transplants. It's a real deal. And when done properly, your hair starts growing immediately. Look, many people have had it done. And there is a spin to it I want to show you called Recover Your Hair. Now, what it is, it's quite remarkable in my opinion. This gentleman in Denver, he had it done, Nick. And Nick went over there to Turkey to have it done, Istanbul, Turkey. When he went there, he got it done for a fraction of the cost that it costs in America for the same quality. So he decided, I'm going to put together some packages for people in Denver and elsewhere to come from America, spend a long weekend or a week or a few days, get this done, return home with hair that's growing, and it's all done for cheaper than you can ever have it done anywhere here. So if you're looking for a hair transplant, you're looking for a few days away, you'll get it all done for one complete cost, cheaper than you will anywhere else. Plus you get fun. You get to visit Turkey. 970-534-0676. Check it out. 970-534-0676. RecoverYourHair.com. Hey, people getting ready for retirement, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is someone you can talk to. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies will talk to you about all of the elements of your retirement, how to keep them safe, and what to add to your retirement plan to make it complete, like long-term care insurance or other things that people need as they get older and they may overlook. They can even assist you with heritage planning for selling your business or leaving it to your children. If it has to do with retirement, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is happy to talk to you. rpcenter.com. Give them a call and ask them, what can you do for me? They'll be happy to talk to you before you ever commit to anything. They'll answer all of your questions about your retirement plan and what you could use. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. rpcenter.com.
Very nice.
Damn check. I don't even understand. I could understand if it was cash. But I just don't
all she wants to do is the pot. And then the maker of the check, he's a member of that bank, too. He's the one. I don't know why they just didn't pay the $25 to stop payment on a check instead of do a $500.
I'm sure she would be more than happy to pay the $25, you know.
I told her yesterday if they didn't honor it, that they
Can we get Dan McKenzie on?
$500 back. Cancel.
I texted him. I'm waiting to hear back from him.
Okay.
And just do a stop payment. But I don't know if he can stop payment on a cashier's check.
The whole thing's just crazy.
I called her.
Hey, why'd your camera go out?
You can definitely do a stop payment on a cashier's check.
It did?
Yeah, the camera went out.
Looks like it's on from my end.
It's black.
Huh.
You got to
That's weird.
reestablish.
Let me go check. Oh.
But they haven't returned my call.
And you keep forgetting to mention Bo even though he's here, but that's all right.
I'm going to get him.
Sure.
Are you getting YouTube complaints, Suze?
About?
There's the picture's out of center. I was going to look at it.
Well, Tom says the camera's black. Like it's not even on one.
Mark says he's sure you didn't change anything on your end.
Shut up.
It's not coming up.
Should I?
I would just start over. I would disconnect and start over.
Yeah. It's probably not.
You mean your
Wi-Fi's
career in
probably-
radio?
I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
No, you jerk. Why are you giving me a hard time?
Yeah, that's all we have now.
Well, you're not here, so what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, I know. I'm going to beat your ass.
Sure.
Tubies are griping. They're just seeing Tom.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's all I need.
That's a very small bank account.
They don't need to see Doc. I'll tell them. I'll just tell them.
I'll bet you it's about a $50,000 bank account.
That'll wake the Doc up.
All right, whatever it is, stand by.
Wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Yeah, the camera just came back up for those who's watching. Or if you're wondering, yeah, it just came back up. All right, so listen, people. That bank account, Jeff, we're going to get an attorney on. And we don't have to bring you back up right now, but I'm figuring that bank account's about 50 grand. That's what I'm guessing. At 1.5% would pay about $750. So it's probably more money than you think. The question is, why didn't she ever mention it in anything else? We'll figure it out. Deputy Bo is in the studio. Deputy Bo, welcome again. Hello, how are you doing, bro? Now, this was a really interesting problem, the sewer gas. And we thought, you know what? This might have been a weird problem and maybe she was exaggerating or whatever. But she said it was so bad she could hardly stand living there. And you went over and checked it out, right, Bo?
Yes, I went over Saturday. I wanted to check it out because sometimes these callers, you never know.
Right.
But she is not in this case, Peggy is not exaggerating. She was so sick. Oh, she's doing chemo treatment. She's been doing chemo for about 3 years. And when I went into her apartment, she could barely get off the couch. And I investigated, checked out her HVAC system, the air handler. She is definitely getting a poop smell, for lack of better words.
Now, is she, tell me, what is she in, a condo, a townhome, a house? What is it?
Okay, it's called Tamarind Hall. It's at the old nursing school dormitory for Children's Hospital. The building, it's about a 4 or 5 story building. I think there's 80 units over on 19th.
Is it a condo? Does she own it or rent it?
No, it's an apartment.
Okay.
It's low income housing. So I investigated, and then I knocked on a few other apartments while I was there. I couldn't smell this odor in other apartments. But Peggy's got a main 10-inch duct going through her apartment, whereas the other apartments did not. And I'll tell you, Tom, I can only spend about 15 minutes in her apartment, and I had to get out. That's how bad the smell is.
But it's only from her apartment. It's only in her apartment.
From what Yes, but I believe there's other people that are getting the smell because the management company has very strong air freshener scents in the hallways. So I think they're trying to mask it. So anyway, this is where it stands. I called the management company 3 times. I knocked on the door, sent an email, no response. So I went ahead and I filed a complaint with the Colorado Department of Health.
Good.
And I got a hold of an inspector friend at Denver Wastewater, filed a complaint there. So the state of Colorado did go over there yesterday at 11 o'clock to conduct an investigation. And I just haven't heard. But I believe the odor is coming from a cracked vent line or a P-trap. And also I went over across the street with my binoculars to look at the roof. There's some exhaust fans on this old building. And the exhaust fans may not be running, but there was no way I could get access to check it. But the state of Colorado is involved.
Now, what part? Who went out and investigated from the state?
Colorado Department of Health.
Oh man, that is cool.
His name is Greg Rosenberg, and then I have another person. He's actually an old friend of mine, Fred Barra from Denver Wastewater. Since it could be a wastewater sewage issue, he went over yesterday too. So hopefully by the end of the show or later this afternoon, I'll get an update as to what they have found. But this management company needs to get this lady relocated or find her another place because it's unbearable.
Wow.
And I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
Thank you, Bo, for doing that. I mean, you know, going the extra mile like that and visiting her, and then going across the street to look up on her roof, that's ingenious because A blocked vent on the roof can cause all kinds of trouble. But what's really queer about this one is it's only her place, which tells us it's got to be something local to her apartment. Now, does she have people above and below her?
She has a floor above her. I was only able to get
So is
into
she on
one
the ground
apartment.
floor?
Actually,
Is she on the ground floor?
no, Tom. She's on the 4th floor.
Oh, wow. And did you...
So it is strange. Yes.
Yeah. Now, when you approach her apartment, when you're in the hallway, do you smell anything?
Okay, this is interesting. The hallway, I can't smell anything because the management company has these air fresheners going in the hallways. But when I went into her, this is what happens. The smell is really pungent when she turns her heater on or the air conditioner. So the odor is being carried through the ventilation system. Now, when she has the heat off or the AC off, it's still there, but it's not as bad.
Okay. Very weird. Thank you.
But we're going to find out what the cause is.
Okay. Now, Deputy Doc has an update. Thank you, by the way. We really appreciate that, Bo. Doc, you have an update.
Hey, yeah, remember Hetty couldn't get her phone to work because it's the wrong kind of phone?
It was, well, she thought, she had an IP phone, and she was trying to plug it into a regular landline.
Right. So I told her to just go over to a Micro Center and tell them what's going on.
Now, how did she get that IP phone to begin with?
I don't remember, Tom. I didn't ask her about how she had originally. I just told her to go to Micro Center, talk to them about what's going on, and see if they could help her. And she had a new phone, and everything was fixed, and she's able to use her phone.
No fooling. So they were able to help her out to get a landline that worked.
Yes.
And what happened to the other one, the IP phone?
I don't know. I guess she sent it back. I didn't ask because I was just happy that she had a phone to work and that she had phone service.
Absolutely. That deserves a dinger. I love using my dinger. You know, dingers are good to have, by the way.
Hey, wait a second. I think Bo gets a bigger dinger than that.
Well, no. Bo's going to get the dinger, but it's the midway dinger. He's getting the show on the road for damn sure. He got the State Department over there of Health, and that's really great. And yeah, he does deserve a bit of a dinger. And then the real dinger comes when they say to that landlord, "Fix this." You know, I love it. You know what? Here's what I love. People have nowhere to go. They really don't. They say, "What the hell am I going to do?" They call us. So people spread the word that, you know, this show developed many, 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 many years ago is still going strong. Why? Because we help people. 303-713-TALK, 713-255.
And you know what, Tom? You always talk about how much money that you save people on your show. But think about all the stuff we do that doesn't, translate into monetary rewards, but helps people in ways like Bo. There's no, the one with the gas that you can't put a price on. That. How much is that worth to this woman?
Yeah, that's right. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Bo, we really appreciate it. Doc, we really appreciate it. We have more coming up. You know, the secret is being consistent. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. You want to talk about a great company for garage doors? One Clear Choice Garage Doors. I can't say anything more than they're unbelievable. 24/7 service, great people, great service. So give them a call with any garage door problems. Go to their website and you can see everything they do and all of the prices. The only people that do that. OneClearChoiceDoors.com, 720-370-3987.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
Mark's going to do this, right?
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted
Please
Cruz.
verify Mark's doing this.
Yeah, latest problems heading to Boulder.
Thank you.
And then the management, they just wouldn't call.
Is Mark good?
Mark?
You know, off the air, what I'm worried about. I'm kind of worried about this. And I'm like, man,
God.
they get really
Let's see.
into it. They could
Troubleshooter Show, please hold a minute.
And that was my little worry about it.
Do you have a pen with a light?
Well, if it's localized, why would they shut the whole building down?
Well, sometimes they get worried, and if they can't find it, they might move people.
Say again?
Actually, yes. You can just dump that because it's been sitting there so long. Thank you, bro. And we
yeah.
heavy whipping cream. Big.
When is it? Right now? Yep.
I got another follow-up.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name?
Denver
Tony, you said
region.
to us, what,
I
you
have
wanna talk
lost
about
basically
on the show
30
today?
pounds in about 12 weeks for less than $300 a month. You can't go wrong with these guys. And you better sign up quick because I'll tell you, some of these drug prices are going to be going up if you don't get locked in, if you've been looking at the news. But once again, the food noise is gone. I always feel nice and full. You're going to love it. It's the best way to lose weight. DenverRegen.com. $300. Actually, it's less than that per month. Check them out right now. DenverRegen.com.
Hard work and.
All
Are you
right,
taking
he
the
did it.
shot, Mark?
What's that?
Are you taking the shot?
Yeah.
You are?
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Dan McKenzie.
Is it once a week?
Yep, it's literally once a week. Yep.
Is it working?
It's working great. 30 pounds in 12 weeks.
Yeah, my carb thing doesn't work. I'm going to go on your shots.
Carb shit'll work if you cut carbs out. There's no doubt.
I cheat once in a while.
That's what kills you, because then all of a sudden you're
I love pizza. Oh, man. Especially
Sunday.
Perry's
Yeah.
Pizza in Highlands Ranch.
Mm-hmm. There's one in Castle Rock.
Oh,
Perry's?
I usually get their calzone.
I'll have their, what they call that pizza? It's a white-based pizza.
Oh, the broccoli? Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Broccoli crust?
No, it's white. It's a white pizza.
It's cauliflower crust.
No. It's called Florentine.
It's like
Florentine.
It's kind of like an Alfredo.
That's right.
Yeah.
And there's no red sauce, just Alfredo sauce, right?
Yep.
And then they put the pepperoni. They put the, they have plant-based pepperoni.
Yeah, they got. They also have crust
CO
that's
plans,
not
got CO.
gluten. Too.
Yeah, right. Green olives. Oh my gosh.
No, they make a good pizza.
Oh, they make a great pizza. I mean,
now, you'll eat cheese though, right?
Oh, I eat cheese.
Yeah. Because there's vegans that won't eat cheese at all.
Yeah. No, I am a pescatarian.
Yeah, I know.
Didn't you bring in some plant-based candy bars last time I saw you?
No.
God, that was months ago.
Those sound horrible. Plant-based
Hi,
candy
Dan.
bars.
It's
I
They were
never.
fucking good. My daughter found some.
No, I
So,
never.
basically,
I never tasted
here's
it.
the gist of the call.
Never
Tom went
tasted
to him
one.
and then
Never
went to
tasted
That
one.
sounds horrible.
Sounds like mother-in-law died.
I eat plant-based
and
hamburger.
They got a 1099.
Plant-based,
the caller got a 1099
sausage.
for a CD.
Plant-based chicken. Oh,
That's
an oxymoron.
I'll
They don't know
guarantee
where the
you,
trust is or
you will
something.
not be able to
Something like
tell
that
the
deal.
difference
They-
between the real,
Okay.
meat.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Hang tight. Listen to the phone. We'll be coming
They
back
got
in
it
just a
down
sec.
to a science, man. I mean, that taste, that
Hey,
the
Tom.
texture, everything is.
I heard you with him.
Okay, I got Dan McKenzie for you.
Yeah, I heard you talking to him.
Okay.
Just like we have some chicken steaks. You know what I mean? And they're breaded, and we have them with mashed potatoes and gravy. You cannot tell.
Can't
the
tell.
difference.
What are they made from?
Yeah, that's
It's
a good
plants.
question.
Plants. Any
What
kind of,
was
like,
it made
You know what specific? I mean, like
Oh, I don't know what kind of
Made
plants
from
they
a
use,
rose
but I mean,
bush, Joe.
there was a guy I met who was
Sing a heavenly
up in
birthday
Boulder
to Chester
that was
Bennington, and it's
doing
like clearly
making
he did
all the
not
stuff
want any
out of mushrooms, a certain kind of mushroom.
Yeah.
right?
yeah, they
Why
have
are
mushrooms
we
involved
wishing
in
him
there,
a
but they
heavenly
also have,
birthday?
like,
He didn't want any
Kidnapped
more.
coming over to
Period.
your house on it.
all kinds of different.
He tapped out.
stuff.
Right.
My kid's gonna watch your dogs.
Oh, okay, cool.
Some would
It's
say he
really
wussed out.
delicious.
Oh,
Get
you
a
mean
lay-
when? Yeah, the late May or April.
I may not always want to go on, but I do want to see how they
Take a drive out there so she can
Right.
get the lay of the
Do you have dogs?
Yes, we have two, and I'm watching one for somebody else. I got 3 dogs.
I got 3. I got 2 Chihuahuas and a Beagle.
A Chihuahua.
2 Chihuahuas and a Beagle.
They're nasty
That
little
sounds
things,
like
those
some
two others.
noisy
I tell
ass
you what,
dogs.
They are noisy, but I tell you what, though, they're so loving. They're so, demanding. I used to say that. The beagle is a wonderful dog. Oh
Beagles.
my gosh! They don't. This one that we have doesn't howl. Doesn't.
Oh, that's good dog.
Oh, goodness.
King Charles Cavalry.
Tender eyes.
Look at my little workout
She's very
stats.
sentimental. You get upset at her and she'll hide for.
Hide.
Yeah.
Ours is like one of ours is like that.
Yeah.
She knows if she's in trouble.
Oh yeah. I mean, when I had to leave town to go to Dallas, I mean, she was sad.
Yeah.
I mean, she got the first one. When I carried the suitcase out, that's when she knows I'm leaving.
Did your
town.
wife go to Dallas too?
No.
Oh.
Oh.
She was sad.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. And we have Dan McKenzie with us now. Dan McKenzie does estate planning, which are wills and trusts, facing probate, avoiding probate, anything to do with estate planning, 833-CO-PLANS. He's live and local. That number just happens to be very convenient, 833-CO-PLANS. Dan, very interesting. So Jeff is handling the estate of his mother-in-law, and a 1099 shows up for about $700. I'm figuring that's probably on an account at a bank of about 50 grand, maybe 40 to 50 grand on what banks pay. And he calls the bank, and the bank says, yeah, this is your mother-in-law's account, and it's owned by her trust. And he wants to get more information, to distribute it as part of her estate. And Jeff, what did they tell you?
It's been going on for about a month. They told me that they can't give me any information on this, and that it is a CD and a trust. And I have the account number and everything on it, and they won't give me any information. They told me that I have to get a attorney opinion letter and fill out the certification of trust. Well,
okay, let's stop right there. Dan
McKenzie.
McKenzie, have you ever heard of someone dying who had a trust and it not being mentioned anywhere and they have to track it down? How do they do it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've done any conversation with any other family members, try and figure out where it's at, but you really need that trust agreement. I mean, to fill out a certification of trust, it's going to ask you when the trust was formed and who the trustee is, and all that's going to be in the trust agreement. I think if worse came to worse and, there's really nobody who knows or has this trust agreement, you probably have to petition the courts to essentially create a trust to, beneficiaries, probably the beneficiaries who would have received in an intestacy situation, but I guess we'd have to think about that a little bit. But, hopefully somebody has a trust agreement somewhere, because you don't want to have to go to court to get that figured out.
Okay, yeah, we don't know where it is, and there's all we had was a family trust, and this trust is not mentioned in it. I have a letter that my father-in-law sent to me. It said that they had the family trust, in which was jointly owned assets are included, but they had a shelter trust for each of them, which the amount of the deceased trust plus one half of the family trust is placed. Any amount that exceeds the exemption for inheritance, it's just to avoid inheritance tax, I'm thinking. But,
yeah. Okay.
Then I had another letter that said that they did away with those trusts, and he had one, and it's no longer good. It was transferred into the family trust, I'm assuming.
Yeah, this obviously was overlooked, and it's good that you got the 1099 because you wouldn't have even known it existed. So, Dan, what would be your first step?
I think I would, sometimes, when did your mother-in-law pass? Is that recent?
January 4th, 2024.
Okay. Yeah, there used to be a requirement that you register trusts, and that's kind of gone away. Now trustees just have to reach out and tell the beneficiaries about the trust, but it doesn't sound like the trustee would know who they were. But sometimes of course we've got community listservs and emails and stuff like that. A first thing I might do if you came to me is just put out a message among the Colorado Estate Planning Council listserv, just saying, did anybody do any estate planning or create a trust for this person, and just see if that brings something up. A lot of times it's a little bit of investigation just like that. But yeah, if that does not turn up anything, then you might have to ask a court to permit access and prove who the heirs are at law.
Okay.
Yeah, we had the family trust now is all taken care of, and we've taken all the assets and divided those and put all of the money that was in there in that Wave 8 thing that you guys have got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, man.
No problem with that.
No, of course. Now, here's the deal. Dan McKenzie, I would call him, really. You're not going to do this alone. This is something he needs to start thinking about this. And I think his idea of telling the courts this impossible situation, courts are courts of equity, not just of law. And they're also courts of substance, sometimes even over form, meaning that if they know something's screwed up, the judge has the power to write it. Isn't that right, Dan? And say, look, yeah, we understand. Let's do this.
Yeah, that's what it means when they're sitting in equity. A lot of times courts will just say, here's who's getting money and here's who's paying the money. But when they're sitting in equity, it's like they have an opportunity to say, well, here's what's fair. We're going to do this, right?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
So anyway, I would do that. I really would. Again, just to touch base with them, but that's what you're going to need. And I think what you're going to find is Dan's going to probably have to petition the court to form a trust just to take this over. And it's not going to, it's going to look, and by the math alone, if the bank's paying 1.5%, that's a low end. That would be a $50,000 CD. Could be more than that, could be less, but it's not chicken feed. Not paying you $700 from a bank CD in a year. So 833-CO plans is Dan's number, 833-CO plans. The website coplans.co. All right, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We have more coming right up. And it's important, people, when things like this come up, the more you wait, the harder it is to deal with. That goes with anything. By the way, Denver Regen, you heard Mark talking about their weight loss. They also do incredible, and I don't want to undersell this because they do incredible stem cell therapy. I had stem cell therapy done by them, and it really got me pain-free, and it works. DenverRegen.com.
All right, you done there?
Now,
I just want to make sure I didn't mess up.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz.
Yeah, latest problems heading to Boulder along US 36, Boulder Turnpike, just past Superior. Looks like around the scenic overlook area, right lane's blocked, and we are looking at a jam up there with delays. At 270 is running a little heavy east through York over to Vasquez. Pena's a little heavy coming out of the airport back towards I-70. We're still looking at a lot of congestion coming in and out of downtown, as well as up out of the tech center from around Orchard, making your way up towards Colorado and eventually into downtown. I-70 currently closed right at the Veteran Memorial Tunnels. Rock scaling continues this morning. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Ben Ferguson.
And I'm Ted Cruz. One-on-one exclusive at the White House with Elon Musk. Doge, AI, Tesla bombings, Donald Trump, Mars, and killer robots.
Unfiltered and uncensored. Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, what price do you put on your health, your indoor air quality, your indoor health and environment? You can't put a price on it. But ZeroResDenver.com, not only do they give you a great deal for carpet cleaning, also tile and grout, flat surfaces, upholsteries, mattresses, and ducts, not only do you get a great price, but you get a great service. One that makes your house cleaner for real. Listen, if you're bothering about supplements and you're bothering about eating organic foods and all that stuff, you want to make sure that your indoor air quality, your indoor quality of life is not compromised by soaps, emulsifiers, and chemicals that they put into your carpet, which is the biggest air filter in your home. So get Zero Res Denver for clean, unadulterated, softened water, alkaline based, to do the best cleaning agent in nature, with no emulsifiers, no chemicals, nothing except beautiful, wonderful, clean water. Think about this. It takes away all the residue from past cleanings, doesn't put anything new down. It takes out the pathogens and allergens, and your carpets don't just look clean, they are clean. ZeroResDenver.com, at any price, the best carpet cleaner. And they always have deals like now, 3 rooms, $109, $75 off duct cleaning, 303-471-5150, 471-5150. Discount Bath. I love the name, Discount Bath. It says it all. In fact, it's ingenious. They actually got discountbath.com. Now, if you go to that website, you're going to learn how to upload video, and you're going to get a link. So what you do is walk through your bathroom with your smartphone and say, hey, I want to move this sink, or I want to make this shower into a tub, or I want to take the tub and move it in, make it a shower conversion, or I want to do this in the basement. I want to do this in the master bedroom or the hallway bath. They'll send you a price. Yeah, you don't even have to visit them if you don't want to, or you can call them and always talk to them, but they're great people. Chris and his team at Discount Bath mean it. Discount Bath. Whether it's your fix and flip, your rental, or your dream home, you get great quality at a discount. DiscountBath.com, 720-979-2322.
Hey, Tom, quick question.
Yeah.
When you do that video for Discount Bath, do they ask that you be clothed?
Yeah, they didn't specify.
Okay, might surprise them later.
How you doing? You got your headset? Yeah, I can hear everything. Oh, yeah, you shouldn't be able to, because then it causes an echo here, but that's good. But we'll keep it up for when I'm on. I forget to turn it down. It's very, very quiet. Oh, so it's kind of good, though. I mean, if you'd rather listen through that, I'll try.
Man, I don't want to do a damn thing. It's crazy.
How to prevent copper pipes from springy leaks. Don't use them when it's sub-zero temperatures.
Yeah, that's good.
Mark, I felt a little bad we didn't finish the guy that bought the round of beers last night? And then we just didn't even touch our beers. I felt bad. We shouldn't even have taken them.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you might have dodged a roofie bullet.
He bought a round for the entire place.
Yeah, we didn't even have to ask. The bartender came up to us.
Well, if he's any kind of self-respecting alcoholic, he would have seen that you didn't touch your drinks, come over and finished them.
Well, she had about half hers, and I had maybe a quarter.
Oh.
I don't even think you had a quarter. You're like, I'm bloated.
I couldn't drink any freaking thing. I just finished eating dinner, and an hour later, I am so full, it's like you can't even imagine.
What do you have, a whole grape nowadays, just to fill up?
Yeah, I had actually, at Lazy Dog, I had the chicken pot pie.
He loves the Lazy Dog pot pie.
And man, no.
Hi, Tom Martino Your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. Now, Tony, this sounds very interesting, this topic. Is it a topic, or are you going to give us some tips? Go ahead.
It's a topic. I had Paul over last week. And,
Paul the Waterman.
Paul the Waterman. And fortunately, my basement is unfinished. We go downstairs to look at where the unit will get installed, which it is installed, up and running. And he looks at all my copper pipes. And he said, you see this? You see this? You see this? And I said, yeah. And he said, this is caused by acidic water from your water supplier.
That's right.
And he said, given time, I'm going to have pinhole leaks in my copper all over the place.
That's right. That's right.
I did not know that copper was anything but permanent and, without worry.
Well, it depends on your water, Tony.
Aside from installing PEX, ripping out all the copper and installing PEX, and contacting my water supplier and saying, hey, man, your water's too acidic, what can a guy do?
Well, you already did it. Did you put in one of waterpros.net? Did you put in one of their systems?
I did, but he said it won't change the acidity of the water.
What? So, wait a minute. It does make...
Yeah, he said I've got to contact...
The acidity, well, I know that they attack the pH of your water. So let's get Paul on to explain it. Because really and truly, he's right. There's a certain amount of acidity or alkalinity and hardness that can cause pinhole leaks in copper, and it happens all the time. I mean, that's why we have plumbers. And you're right that copper is permanent, but the joints are not permanent. They're only as permanent as the water will help him. Go ahead.
These leaks that he showed to me, well, they haven't happened yet, but one area had, like, the copper was degrading and it was turning to a liquid. I was shocked when I saw it, but these are all on straight sections of pipe, no joints.
Well, come on, wait a minute. On a straight section of pipe, if it's failing to that degree, it would already be leaking. What did you see on the straight? What did you see on the straight section of pipe? What did you actually see?
I saw this green liquidy thing.
Well, that's the evaporation of the water. That's the evaporation of the water and the minerals in the water. So let's get Paul on. I want him to explain it. Hold on a second, Tony.
Paul said.
Yeah, I really want to get him on and explain it. Because, obviously we don't have pipes failing all over the place. But I want to know what he was talking about. I want to make sure he's quoted properly. So, Suze, let's get him on for right after the top of the show. Let's do that. Right now, I have let's go to the studio here. I got a question for Joe Chiano on the annuity, fixed index annuity. They want to know, what do they mean by indexed, fixed indexed annuity?
Okay, Tom, the annuity will follow an external index like the S&P 500, the Dow Jones, the Morgan Stanley index, and whenever those indexes grow, the customer will get a percentage of that growth. But when the markets go down, they stay level. They don't lose what they put in, they don't lose their gains, and they don't lose their bonus.
So you get the benefit of all the rising, but not the disadvantages of the dips.
Absolutely. And this is really what people need in today's economy.
All right, to find out more, mymoneymyway.com.
Thank you.
All right. You going for an electric car ride?
Let's go. Hold on a second. Let me get situated here.
You coming back, Joe, or leaving?
No, I'm leaving. My son's taking over now.
Is he by phone or coming in?
No, he's coming in. Okay. I think Sue wants to get.
So anyway, so
it's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Take care, Joe.
But Doc, you brought up a really good point about the people listening to the show saves probably hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
Probably millions.
Good morning,
People just,
Troubleshooter
there's
Show.
probably more savings from people listening
Right.
than calling in. I'd be.
Yeah.
You need another Coke, you want anything?
No, I'll take another
okay.
water that's not refrigerated.
Not refrigerated or refrigerated?
Nah, just a warm
Correct.
water, not in the fridge.
Uh-oh. Okay.
If there's one back there, thanks.
Oh, hang on one sec. You got it. Hang on. Troubleshooter. It's another water guy that wants to input info.
Troubleshooter Show, what's your first name? Joe, and you got a comment on this call for the copper pipes? Hang on a minute.
That's nice of you. I mean, see, that's crazy. You're a big fan of hanging up, but this is a guy I would hang up on. You know what I mean?
Here at the...
I'll fight it out with this dude. All right. Okay.
Thanks, Doc.
I think Mark was letting your dad tear it up in the Model S.
Oh,
Yeah, I want
Have a
to
seat
go.
here.
All right, thank you so much.
Sure, let me get you a water.
I actually got two on me, so you're good.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Who are you?
How you doing?
Good stuff.
What's your first name?
Jordan.
Jordan, that's right. I'm Bo.
Hi, Bo.
And you know this old guy.
I do. Hey, young guy. Come on now.
Young guy.
See?
Yeah, look at that head of hair on him.
You know, I just keep a couple months stays on. For me, I'm getting to that age. I'm starting to thin out, man.
Trying
That was
to
cool. Your
reach
dad got to meet Glenn's back. He was
Paul.
Yeah,
he drives a Rolls Royce.
Does he? I haven't heard the full stories yet because he got in last night, and so I haven't had a chance to. But he said he was pretty impressed with him.
I'm nosy. Ask a lot of questions.
No, as you should. I mean, that's
Jordan Keano is
Yes,
now
he
in
owns his
studio,
own
Tommy, okay?
Glenn Beck, yeah. He's. I mean, he's. I'll be honest. It's kind of one of those things. I don't know.
I've heard the name in years.
That's what I was gonna say. I know I've heard it, and I had to
That's
research a little bit more. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. That's who Glenn Beck is a little bit more. But he's pretty prominent in the arena as well, as far as just kind of.
And I didn't know he must broadcast through iHeart Media through here.
Exactly. He does something of the sort across the nation.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your
I'm okay
first
with that.
name?
You have the opportunity with him and see what.
Randy, in a sentence or less,
I think
what
that
did
was
you want to talk
good.
to
He's
Tom
the
about
type
on
of
the
guy
show
that just,
today?
instead of just taking people's money, he wants to meet you.
That's what I was
kind of
impressed with. Yeah.
vet you out and make sure.
It's not
what's
Got
going
it.
on.
Hang tight. Listen to the phone.
Cash and throwing his name behind it. Yeah, I thought that was pretty neat
Oh.
too.
Randy, one thing, year, make, and model of the car.
Any exciting calls today? Any,
No, Jordan has been
That's
pretty
odd.
slow.
Hang on a minute.
It'd be like a call an hour.
You know, I get that.
Same old.
Same old. No parking, towing, or any of that stuff. I know those are the
I
crazy
know.
ones.
No fights. No
fights. Yeah, that's right.
No Mark and Tom fights. That's what we need.
Yeah,
It's a
right.
Mark and Tom fight.
Get a little spice on the air. I'm with you.
So is your movie next week?
Yes, it's
Next
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yep, Tuesday, 6:30 p.m. over at the AMC 24 in Adams Ranch.
Good.
Yeah, we're pretty excited to see.
Oh yeah, I went to one. You guys have standing room only.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking, with because the last couple times we've got you get like 300, 400 people that register. You never know. We always say 50% is kind of the threshold, but they always end up more showing up.
Yeah, but your dad said 137 people were at the last one.
Yeah,
That's a great turnout.
that is, but that's what I'm saying. There's like 400,
Yeah,
500, so you
yeah.
kind of just have to be like, okay, we can't just say we'll only take 100 and then hope that all
Look at
100
this
show
pin
up
has a
at
light.
four.
In case
You
I
just
need
kinda
to
hope-
do
You
a
kinda
roadside on
You kind of have to overbook it a little
It's
bit.
kind of like the airline.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
You gotta have to do that and
Do a roadside on
yeah,
myself.
Everyone showed up.
Everybody and more. So as you guys saw, it's funny how popcorn and drinks and
I would assume
and,
so.
a movie will get people out.
Exactly, but you can't give
Jordan,
it a
do you
ticket.
buy the movie? Obviously,
I don't know how that's going to work.
You get to show it as many times as you want, or do you have to?
Isn't that so interesting? Like, I wonder if eventually a precedent will be set on that Dragon. Like, you got somebody little DUI-ish
rent the rights
who's
for using the movie.
full self-driving mode on a
Every
Tesla.
time. That's their way. That's the director's way and the marketing company's way.
But they wanted it personal.
Personally,
Yeah.
yeah, you can buy
Watch
it.
it like
Yeah.
on YouTube or
Yep.
something.
Yeah, I think they recently got
Right.
it on YouTube, and then the DVDs.
It'll be
See,
interesting
that's the
to
funny
see if
thing. DVDs are
that
like
ever is
$8
set.
So you can buy the DVDs through certain thresholds, but so we were kind of giving those out for a little bit, but definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
the
know,
movie-
with
yeah, but the movie event,
just the
yeah,
whole
that's the
AI
price
thing, you
it's
know,
worth.
it's
The turnout that's
crazy. Who's going to be responsible for what?
They want to come. They got to come.
I'm an
see
AI
it.
resistor,
That's
so
what
you
we're
know.
saying, yeah.
Watch the movie and get some popcorn.
It's amazing. The first time, it's funny to see how now I realize how movie theaters get so messy. Because you get
you had to clean up.
No, I just kind of felt bad because the popcorn was just it was like a bunch of college kids having fun.
And then it's buttery. Then you step on it.
Oh, yeah.
It's sticky on your shoes.
It's too funny.
All the Cokes.
All the Cokes. Yep, exactly. You got it. But yeah, we're pretty excited. AMC 24, the Highlands Ranch one's a nice one, so we like that theater. Doing a few different ones.
Paul the Waterman is not answering me.
Now, are you on the show consistently now, Bo?
I come in like
I will
2
try
to 3
'em.
times a week.
Okay, very nice.
Been coming, I think, for about a year.
Nice, very nice. Now, working outside,
I
or
was
you?
in the HVAC business.
Yeah.
Family-owned business for.
So give them all the HVAC problems.
I will. Hey,
Contractor.
I'll tell you, I didn't realize how crazy prices have gone up on just any. I mean,
I wish I was still. Yeah, the prices shot up after I retired.
I tell you, I've got a condo
tripled.
in the tech center, and being a condo, of course, causes its own issue because it's it's a 3-level building, and so I got quotes on one of them because I had to get all fixed up, cleared up with one of the people here just to get a clean in. But it was
Right.
like quoting out $20K or something like that to
I
get
know.
the whole dang thing in there.
I
And
used
it
to
might
do
use
a-
a crane. I was like, oh my
10
God.
seconds, guys.
Furnace and AC.
Dan Caplis, afternoons at 4 on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here, fighting for you, fighting with you sometimes if you're an idiot. Well, we don't have a lot of idiots that call. People who call for help are not idiots. The only idiots we have are people that try to rip people off, and we've battled them through the years. You want to know who they are? There's an easy way to find out. You go to sleazbrigade.com. We love sleazbrigade.com. SLEAZE, sleazbrigade.com. Now, we have some issues here we want to talk about. We're going to get Paul the Waterman on. But we were talking about pinhole leaks in copper pipes, and Tony said that Paul was at his house, installed a softening system and a purification system, and Paul was saying that certain conditions of the water will cause pipes to spring leaks over the years. We want to clarify that because I've never heard of pipes just springing a leak in the middle of a pipe run. I've heard of the joints giving out or the joint springing leaks. So we want to get clarification on that. But Joe called in with a comment while we're waiting for Paul. Joe, what is your comment on that?
Yeah, Tom, my name is Joe, and I have High Plains Water Solutions down here in the Colorado Springs area.
Yeah.
And east. So I do a ton of work in Black Forest.
And what do you mean? And so what do you mean a ton of work? What do
you
you do in Black Forest? What do you do? Do you install systems?
I install systems, yes. And I just came off of a service call where the water is acidic.
Okay.
And we test the water whenever we go to a job, we test for hardness, iron, sulfur, pH levels. And anytime your pH level is below 7 and your water's acidic, you've got to raise that pH in the water because it causes pinhole leaks in copper pipe.
Okay. Now, hold on. Let me ask you something, Joe, since you're somewhat of an expert. You have to raise the pH, but when those holes develop, are they usually at the joints or can they do midstream?
They can be in both. I've had one system in a new home that the home was 5 years old. It was totally plumbed in PEX, but there were the brass elbows and T's. And this was in a doctor's home down here in Black Forest. And he had 3 leaks, and they were all in the brass fittings and did thousands of dollars worth of damage each time. And he sent a sample into the state. The state tested it, and it came back as acidic.
Okay, so tell me this then.
He called me, the builder did.
This is what I want to know. What can you do then to prevent it? You were about to say something. To raise, how do you do the pH?
You run it through calcite. You run it through calcite. So you put in a tank that looks just like a water softening tank, but it's a 1054 tank is what we always put in, 10 inches diameter, 54 tall, and it doesn't backwash or anything. We just upflow the water through that calcite and Corrosex, which is another neutralizer mineral. And when the water comes through the system and out, it's always at 7 or above. And you have no issues with leaks in copper pipe then.
Tony,
I've got.
I want to bring up Tony with you, Joe.
Customers down here.
So Tony.
Yeah.
Did you just hear about one of those solutions?
Yeah, I did. Yes.
What is the system called, Joe?
Yeah, I'd love to talk to Tony.
Joe, what is the system called?
It's just a neutralizer tank. It's not a brand name on it at all. I'm a dealer with Aqua Systems. I know Paul. Paul knows me. Paul has dealt with the fellow that I bought my company from, and my company's 31 years old now. And so Paul, I've never met Paul face to face. We actually just talked on the phone a couple weeks ago. But anyway, I've got hundreds of customers with just calcite tanks in.
Now, how did you find out? Through. And are you saying calcite like in calcium?
Calcium. It's a ground up limestone is what it is.
Now, how'd you find out about
I have
this?
A question.
How did you find out about this, Joe, to begin with, this calcite?
Everybody that I've ever talked to that's in water treatment knows that, and Shane, the fellow that I bought the business from, Shane had been putting calcite in for years.
Do you have to change? Do you have to change anything out, or is it permanent?
After about 7 years, when we have that calcite in that tank, you can see the calcite in there. And over a period of time, which is a year, anywhere from a year to 3 years, that calcite will drop down about 10 inches. And so you can see that in that tank. We put a full mark and an ad mark. When it gets to the ad mark, the customer calls us. That's where I just came from. Customer called me and said, Joe, I need more calcite. I went over there, popped the top off, dumped a little calcite in, rinsed it real good, and put it back in service.
And this will prevent, Joe, you're telling me this will prevent the pinhole leaks. What does it do to the
100%.
So does it neutralize the water, or does it make it one way or another?
It neutralizes it and actually will bring it up into the alkaline side a little bit. It'll be from 7. Some water, when I first put in a fresh system and we turn on the water and retest it, that pH level could even be up around 8. But it's making it more towards a smart water. That's what your smart water is high pH.
Well, alkaline is not bad for you.
No, not at all. It's good for you.
Yeah. Alkaline
Cancer
water.
can't live in an alkaline state.
Right. Alkaline water is good for you. So, Joe, thank you.
Exactly.
Tony, look into the calcite, and I'm going to ask Paul the Waterman if we get him on. I hope he'll call. We'll talk to him about how to prevent, and if he does calcite. I've never heard him really talk about it, but it sounds pretty cool if you have that kind of water. So, thank you. 303.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Can you hear? So I just had a tank put in by Paul. Is he saying this is a separate tank, or you just add the calcite to the tank that was installed?
No, it's a separate system.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, but it actually sounds cost effective. You only have to deal with it every 7 years or occasionally add calcite to it, is what he's saying.
Yeah. So I will, when you talk to Paul, ask him if he offers these.
Yeah, I'm going to. That's what I'm going to ask him because, this is pretty logical. If you're in water treatment, you're going to want to offer something, or maybe he does offer something different. That's what we're going to get him on about as soon as he's available. 303-713-8255. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Listen, 888heating.com. Remember, high efficiency units at discount prices, the best price for high efficiency heating and air, hybrid systems. And if you're doing a solar system, you can add it to the price and get tax deductions on that. 303-770-2776, 770-2776.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
I don't want you to use these next two clients. I don't want you to. Our personal injury attorney, John Fuller, I hope you never need him. And our criminal defense attorney, Joseph A. Lazara. Now, with John Fuller, if you do need someone, or a loved one or a friend, tell him to call John Fuller because John will go over your accident free of charge. He'll talk to you before ever being hired with no obligation to hire him. The only attorney that does that. 303-597-4500. And you say, John, this is what happened. And you'll talk about your case, get free legal advice. If you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. You even get a cell phone for personal conversations and texts anytime you need them. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. The website is callfuller.com. That's callfuller.com. Now, Joe Lazara is a criminal defense attorney, and I don't want you to ever use him. I hope you never need him, right? But if you do need someone to talk to, Joe Lazara also does free initial consultations always. Now, when you have a problem like a DUI or some other problem, it's flat rate pricing depending on the case. So you're never nickeled and dimed. Joseph A. Lazara, Lazzara. Call Joe for any problem. Talk to him free of charge up front and then flat rate pricing. 303-429-6200, 429-6200. Vestera Turnkey. What is it? It's a system that helps you become a landlord and enjoy the perks of being a landlord and owning real estate without the conventional risks and hassles. He helps you through his expertise, research in markets where they help you buy a home, they help you sell it, they time when to buy and when to sell. Then they have management companies in between that help you manage it, and you get to earn 30 to 80% returns a year. Now, we're going to have a little seminar about this, and I want you to be there. Vestera Turnkey, find out about it. You'll be able to come and find out how to be a landlord without those hassles, and it's going to be April 5th at 10 in the morning. So go to mybiggestreturn.com, mybiggestreturn.com. Where is everybody?
I'm
Mark
right
saw
here.
something shiny, so we wandered off.
Mark left and Bo left.
I'm right here.
I hear you,
Mark will
Sue.
be back in just a second. He let Joe drive the Model S.
Oh. That's the one thing about electric cars that bother me, though, is the depreciation.
Yeah.
They drop.
Yeah, but all cars depreciate, right?
Yeah, but not as much as EVs. They're top.
Interesting. I didn't realize
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Jamie from yesterday. Mark was the host. He called in 1 o'clock regarding getting a cashier's check.
Oh, for her daughter. I think I did make notes on that. Jamie from yesterday. Awesome sauce.
Yeah, Mark was pissed about that. It's like, how's the bank not be able
What
to
was it? What was it?
Gal gets paid with a certified check, loses the check. Bank says she's got to go get a surety bond for it. She gets the surety bond through a separate company. They won't accept that.
What?
So that was yesterday's call. Bo solving problems, taking complaints, and making everyone's life just a little easier. I'm glad you're here.
Hey, I understand.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
You sons of bitches. I can't go number 2 anymore.
I can't help it. I give the people what they want. YouTubies were asking for it.
Tell him to get a colonoscopy prep. He will go number 2. I promise.
Or chemo.
There you go. That'll do it to you.
Jesus
That clears
Christ.
you out?
That'll wipe your ass out.
Yeah, literally.
I guess so. I've never had it.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Did you see how much my condo fees went up at the hangar? Jesus Christ. They're at like $944 now.
From that 700 something?
Well, that's what the latest one
Oh
is.
my gosh. No, I haven't seen that. Had I seen that, I probably would have said to you, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know. And that's for a
10
paid off
seconds here,
unit.
guys.
Just to keep it. Jesus Christ.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So let's go to the phones and solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, as we like doing every day. Randy has a problem with a car dealership, a 2022 Hyundai. What's happening, Randy?
Hey, how's it going, Tom?
What's happening?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine,
Okay.
Randy.
So, my coworker has a 2022 Hyundai Tucson, and it has 13,000 miles. The other day, she was driving to work, and 2 of her injectors failed. Had it towed to Planet Hyundai, and they said that, unfortunately, nationwide, the injectors are at least 6 months out, and they won't give her a loaner car.
Go ahead.
Not sure what to do.
Randy, is her car still under factory warranty?
Yes.
Okay, listen. So how many injectors are bad?
I think he said 2 injectors went out.
2 out of 4.
And how many miles?
13,000.
What?
Well, that's crazy. They won't give her a loaner.
Suze, have you guys ever had trouble with
they-
injectors?
They won't even talk to her.
No, we have not. But it's just at 6 months out, it's not drivable, it sounds like, and she doesn't get a loaner. Something doesn't make sense.
So, Randy, I know that we've had calls like this before about similar issues where the dealer can't get parts. So I'm sure they're not making that up. But if your friend calls Hyundai,
no.
If your friend actually calls the manufacturer, they may be able to provide her with a loaner. I've personally worked a case like this with a different manufacturer, General Motors, that provided a loaner to her, even though the dealer didn't have any available.
So they say replacement parts are 2 months out.
No, I think he said
6 months.
2 injectors.
6 months.
6 months out.
So she's
minimum
what?
6
So
months.
wait, 3 to 6 months.
Call Kevin up. I bet Kevin can get injectors aftermarket.
Yeah, but is that going to do anything for the warranty?
No.
How do you know, Mark?
Well, because, I mean, the warranty sure as hell's not going to cover aftermarket parts.
No,
if anything, it might void the rest of the warranty.
Mark, what he means is, will it void his factory warranty, the balance of it, if he puts other injectors in it?
Let's ask Kevin.
Yeah, let's get Kevin
And
on.
not only that, if it happens again, and it doesn't void the warranty, but it voids the warranty just for the injectors, but it happens again.
How many miles are on it?
13,000.
Yeah, that sucks.
Well, Kevin's warranty will be a year on his aftermarket injectors if he can get them.
So let's try to find out what Kevin would say.
Because we can find them all over online, but the dealership's saying if they're not OEM, it's going to void her warranty.
Well, how about you do it and not tell them? How would they know if you switched out your, and I'm serious, if you switched it out, how will they know?
Well, if it happens again, they take it back to the dealership, they pull out an injector, and it doesn't say Hyundai on it.
When would they do that? Seriously.
Yeah, they would know that.
But would they really? I mean, okay.
They would immediately know.
Oh, he's saying if the injectors failed and he was still under warranty, they would know they're not factory injectors.
No, I'm not talking about those injectors. I'm talking about any warranty issue on that car. If it's the other injector that fails, the Hyundai one, they would pull it out and it would say Hyundai. And if a timing goes out or something else, how would they know he did anything by replacing injectors? How would anyone ever know unless that injector went out? And if that injector went out, fine. You don't want them to fix it because you put it in there to begin with. I don't even understand the issue. How would anyone know?
It would probably just... Honestly, it would probably just void the coverage on the injectors, probably nothing else, unless if it was some, improper part.
Now, let's say the engine blew, and they say, wait a minute here, you had 2 non-factory injectors in this engine, but if that's not the reason the engine blew, I think they'd have a hell of a time trying to pick a reason.
Yeah, and I don't think they would try to pick a reason, because I don't think that would create any issue.
Okay.
Gentlemen, I think one of Randy's concerns is that if he engages Kevin's services to replace the 2 broken injectors, that's not covered by warranty.
No, but so what? I mean,
hell no.
So if she wants to use the car, she may have to pay for this repair herself.
Yeah. So it's better to pay for that repair and get it done than it is to have a loaner car you're paying for.
Well, she's not able to get a loan car at this point. So
No, I'm talking about one she
Yeah,
pays
they
for.
won't-
It's not that
they
she
won't give
can't
her
get
a
a
loaner
loaner car. She can go to Enterprise Leasing and get a replacement car tomorrow.
a rental car. Randy wants a free loaner.
Okay, here's what I'm saying. You're not going to get a free loaner. So in absence of no one's going to give you a 6-month loaner except in very rare conditions. But here's what I'm thinking. If you can't get a loaner and you're going to pay for a rental, it's cheaper to pay for the repair.
Agreed. Absolutely.
How much?
And I
Let's
agree
ask.
with all that.
Well,
too.
let's get Kevin on.
Our-
I want to ask Kevin what it will cost to fix that. That's what I want to do. Jeff's got a comment on this. Jeff, go ahead. What do you have to say?
Tom, I think it's a brand new car. That's definitely your lemon law issue there. We had the same.
No, it isn't.
2022, bro.
It's a 2022.
I'm sorry.
No, but you're
I missed
right.
that part.
That
You guys
would
have a
be a
great day.
lemon law. You're right. If she lost use of that car for more than 30 days, it would be.
30 days. Absolutely.
Yeah, but this is a 22, so it doesn't apply. It's only in the first year of ownership. So, but thanks for trying. Well, what we'll do, let's talk to Kevin. Get Kevin Calkin on SheridanAutotech.com, and we'll see what he has to say about an aftermarket injector, about what they will cost for two of them, and then, about how much time would it take.
I think you misspoke. It's 2 years, 24,000 now. Remember, it changed.
Oh, is it, Mark? Okay, you're right.
Yeah, but he's still out of warranty. Yes.
Okay, but the lemon
Even
law.
with 13,000 miles on it? Oh, because it's 3 years.
Yeah, it's 3 years.
It's not one or the other. It's got to meet both.
Whatever is first.
Dang it.
Mark, you're talking about the new lemon law?
Yeah, it's probably, I bet, a year and a half old now.
So tell me about the
but
lemon.
it's now two. Well, it's basically the same thing, but it's 2 years, 24,000.
Okay.
Instead of 1 year, 12,000.
Okay, so they extended it.
The rest of it, I believe, is all the exact same. You can't have use of the vehicle for 30. I don't even think it's consecutive. I think it's 30. What's the word?
30 days out of service? Oh,
it doesn't have to be continuous.
No, it's cumulative.
It just has to be
it's cumulative.
Cumulative, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. He'll do a market evaluation of your home to see what it will sell for. Prices are all over the place, but Frank has a handle on the neighborhoods, the houses, the comps, the conditions. Call him for a free analysis with no obligation. He's a great person with a lot of knowledge, and I've represented him for nearly probably 30 years now. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Man, that is something.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz.
It's been an active midday lunch hour drive here. We've got some slowing into downtown along I-25. A lot of folks using Spear to get down to Ball Arena for the basketball games, and it is backing up traffic quite a bit through that area. There's a teachers rally at the state capitol, and that's causing a lot of congestion on Lincoln as well as Colfax and 14th. We do have one accident still working on C-470. It's eastbound just past Wadsworth near Chatfield with backups to about Kipling. The rest of the system actually a little busy here and there. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Ben Ferguson.
And I'm Ted Cruz. One-on-one exclusive at the White House with Elon Musk. Doge, AI, Tesla bombings, Donald Trump, Mars, and killer robots.
Unfiltered and uncensored. Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Zero Res Denver, they always have great deals on prices. And you know what? When it comes to carpet cleaning, that's the last thing I look at. And I'll tell you why. Because when it comes to carpet cleaning, your entire house is affected. It's the largest air filter in your home. You don't want a place that uses soaps and chemicals and emulsifiers. They can never get it all out. So if you do hot water extraction, you want purified alkaline-based softened water, the best cleaning agent in all of nature. It gets out all of that previous residue, plus pathogens and allergens. Your carpets look like new, feel like new, and your indoor air quality is better. Plus, it's safe for kids, safe for pets, safe for yourself. Need I say more? Zero Res uses less water. Your carpets dry faster, stay clean longer. It's one of the best things I do around the house. You feel incredible when you have this system. They also do tile and grout, ductwork, and other things. Right now, 3 rooms, $109, $75 off duct cleaning. 303-471-5150, 471-5150, ZeroResDenver.com.
Mark,
Yeah.
you know Oni?
Yes.
I think Brooklyn drove all the way to Texas thinking she was getting out. She ain't getting out anytime soon.
Oh, really? What do they got her on? Just the drug stuff?
My sister hasn't said yet, but... no.
Oh, well, she was picked up failure to appear.
Yeah, violation,
Yeah.
parole, having meth on her, that's probably, you know...
Usually once you're
little
picked
meth,
up
a
for
little
not
fentanyl.
showing up, it's revoked.
I'll say this. I don't know if Mark feels the same way. I had fentanyl last week for my colonoscopy. Why anybody would get addicted to that stuff is beyond... I'm mind blown.
We were arguing with people. They're like, that's not fentanyl. It's like bullshit. They literally give you fentanyl.
Mark, it's just crazy. Like, who could get addicted to
I think
that
Doc
stuff?
was arguing with me on that, too.
What, about colonoscopies and fentanyl?
Yeah, so when we got our colonoscopies, you're under fentanyl.
What was that arguing about?
Hell yeah.
I
we're
remember
under
telling
fentanyl.
you we were under fentanyl for our colonoscopy, and you were like, no, there was no way it was fentanyl.
That's too strong because they don't put you totally out.
When you talk,
That's what we were under, was fentanyl.
Are you sure?
100% sure. We asked.
Yeah, I've got it in my records.
We had 3 colonoscopies in 2 weeks between
Mark and
the two
I, we're
of us.
just a real pair.
Couple busy, huh?
We're a real pair together.
Use that powerful.
Couples at colonoscopy.
Well, it's
together
weird because you
stay
don't go
together.
out. I mean, you're up and about, and
should
you
try
can
that with Carlos
follow
sometime.
instructions and
It
whatever.
really just makes you like that.
They use it's Kaiser. It's cheap.
Yeah.
They get it from the cartel.
Yeah.
That's right.
I thought they give you guys the Michael Jackson drug for that. What was that?
Propofol.
Well,
That's
that's
the Michael
another
Jackson
one.
one.
But Mark and I got fentanyl.
For what?
I did fentanyl last week. I'm so badass.
Colonoscopy.
We're talking about the drug, the sleepy drug.
The Venezuelans are back.
Savvy B, how anybody could get addicted to that stuff is just
Hey,
beyond
your
me.
buddy's here.
Who?
Our kitty.
Oh, little kitty cat.
You know Dimitri's allergic to cats.
He is not. He's a cat person.
Oh my God, I would die of a broken heart if that ever happened.
Did you ever think when you eat Chinese, it ain't pork or chicken but a fat Siamese?
Mark, grow up.
Princess. Oh, my cutie, I missed you.
Probably what he's going to karaoke at our daughter's wedding someday.
That'll be the father-daughter dance
Poor Adeline.
at Buc-ee's.
At Buc-ee's.
At Buc-ee's. Ew.
Everybody gets a 3-meat sandwich.
You don't have to worry about catering. They got the barbecue right there.
You damn right they do. Although we're not going to be buying anything there. We're just going to set up the grill out in the lot. Bring our own shit.
By pump number 87.
Exactly.
Just came to say hi. Hi, cutie. Hi, princess. Princess, where you going? Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Station 630 KHOW.
Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-255. So we're waiting on Kevin Calkin to talk about that car under warranty. But nationwide, this is a problem. There's a back order on parts. Now, what really puzzles me is why this is happening. I suspect it has to do with COVID. I don't mean that COVID is responsible now directly. But here's what they found out. That when COVID happened and some of the factories shut down or slowed down, people were willing to wait. And these companies realized that by not inventorying all of these parts, they're making more off the bottom line because that's money tied up for a certain length of time. So instead of inventorying a lot of spare parts, they're doing more production runs on limited basis. And so you just put your order in and you wait for the next production run. By the way, that's happening with a lot of things. For example, I need.
Hey, and
go ahead, Mark.
In Hyundai, by the way, they will only give you 10 days of coverage as part of their warranty on the rental.
Yeah. Now, that used to be the world. I mean, that's all you needed, right? So here's the deal. When it comes to like even batteries and stuff, I needed a battery for a vehicle. And this battery, I had to wait for a production run. And they said the production run will be in 3 months. And then we put you on a list and we ship from there. So I was like number 200 after 60 days. And they would do a production run of a few thousand, so that'd be okay. But they literally did production runs. Your name would be in a hopper and you'd be put on a list. So your dealer had to call in, or distributor had to call it into the factory. The factory puts out a list. So that's how things have become now. Now it's saving a ton of money on the manufacturer side because they don't have stuff sitting there. And when something sits there, whether it's inventory or money or whatever, it's costing you because it's not working for you. Randy, we're told Kevin Kalkin is tied up right now. Do we know when he's going to be free, Suze?
I don't, but I can take Randy's number and try to reconnect here in a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to have to figure out what it will cost for these injectors to have replaced and what he can do. We have Jordan Cano with us in the studio, taking over for his dad, talking about our movie event coming up. And Jordan, they want to know, I'm getting a few very basic questions, okay? And that is, the length of the movie.
Very good question. So basically the movie itself, we're getting everybody out within an hour, basically an hour or 20 at most with questions at the end. But it's a pretty quick, concise movie of just talking about the baby boomer dilemma, Social Security issues, what people should be looking forward to in retirement, and what they should expect that there might be Social Security cuts down the road, because we all know the system's a little hurt right now with being able to fund it. So
obviously, who put this movie together? I mean, this is being put together by people who are marketing annuities because they believe it's the best security going into uncertain times.
Yeah, definitely. They basically have experts throughout the past Social Security board members, some people from treasurers from the U.S. Treasury, and it's kind of like a docuseries, if you will, a documentary that has all these experts talking about the issues that have come up. They put it together with a director, and the point that you're making is exactly that there's another solution, using some indexed annuities, using some other ways to create another income stream, pensions, not just Social Security, having another source of income that you can count on every single month. And that's what that movie lightly kind of shows at the end, of other solutions that you can choose, not just Social Security only.
Right. And it highlights people who've done the wrong thing and ended up losing everything. And some of these companies were, telling people to take the wrong products. And employment plans that have failed. They even had some employee-sponsored plans where people ended up with nothing. Now,
very true.
Now, when we say it's virtually no risk, I can say virtually no risk because I believe literally it's not only backed by the insurance companies that are 100 years or older, but they also have state insurance funds that back it up as well. So when we say no risk, it's just like a corporate bond when they say it's guaranteed. So the corporate bond is as good as the corporation. And these are companies, Jordan, that you represent. How old are they?
Yeah. You hit it right on the head. We have companies that are 100 to 150 years old. Some of those insurance companies even go past that to 200 years old. And so they've stood through the Great Depression. They stood through a lot of the epidemics, the financial ruts that we've seen in this country. And that's their point, is they're using the risk factor and taking that away from clients and being able to give them basically a backing, not only through the company, but you said it right there,
by the states as well. What other product out there, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, would the state put their name behind saying that, hey, you know what, if the company went belly up or if this happens, we're going to back you? There's not.
It's basically like FDIC.
Yeah. It is like the FDIC, but the money's there, so because of the state funds. So to your point, it is very, it's one of the safest bets that people can put in. They can get the growth when the market's up and then protect it from when the market
But let's
comes
talk
down.
about that, because somebody asked, they say, Tom, you mentioned upside risk. In other words, if the market's going crazy and somebody's in an annuity, they're limited. But you just said, and I think it's rightly so, that they do get upside. It's not they don't have a fixed rate. The only fixed rate is the one never to go below. Isn't that right?
2 fixed rates. Yeah. So the best way to look at it is there's a left side and a right side. The left side goes up when the market's up and you get those gains. But when the market comes down or crashes for that year, the lowest you can ever get is 0%. So you can't go negative. You can't go backwards.
All right.
You don't lose your principal.
That's on the
You're
left
able to
side.
lock that in.
Then what's on the
That's on the left side.
you they're really double indexed. So one is market goes up, it keeps ratcheting up, it can never go below its base, right?
Correct. And you're able to lock those earnings in and increase that base every year.
Right.
So as you go
then
up, it's
what's
ratcheting
the
up like
other
a stairway.
okay, what's the other so-called indexed? What's the right side?
Yeah. So the right side, or account B, if you will, is what they give a guaranteed interest rate. It's called an income rider, if you will, but it's a guaranteed interest rate where, just like we're running some examples here, they start at around 5%.
Yeah.
And every 5 years, it ratchets up. And so it goes from 5, 5.5, 6.
Right.
And so let's just say at the end of 10 years, whichever side's the biggest of the two, either account A, the market side, or account B, the guaranteed indexing, they will give you the bigger of the two.
So in other words, you're following two market indicators. You're following the volatility side that can go really up high and stay there, and or the just basic, like a T-bill, you're going to get a solid amount of money. And then at the end, when you're ready to
or the turtle, as if you look at it that
and
way,
then
the tortoise.
let's say the
biggest.
side that wins the race has grown to 250,000 or 300 or 400, whatever the number is, and you unfortunately something befalls you, and you die before you get all of that back. What happens to the rest?
The rest of the money goes to your beneficiaries. So you can have, whether it's your spouse, children, if you have it to a trust, you have options.
But
unlike
you leave
a regular
nothing on the
traditional
table.
pension.
You leave nothing on the
Nothing.
table.
Correct. You got it. Most pensions nowadays from employers, you're stuck with just giving it to your spouse, and that's it. You really can't. There's not a lot of them that allow you to give it to your children, your heirs thereafter, and that's money left on the table, as you're saying. With these plans, you have that money going to your family, and it's going to everybody, not just one individual with a spouse, or if they don't have a spouse, they can leave it to children or family members.
Now, listen, by the way, I also want to talk about something else, but this event's coming up in a few nights, the 25th. And what time does it start, Jordan?
That'll be 6:30 p.m. at the Highlands Ranch AMC 24.
Now,
We'll be
to
there with
register,
signs, get you free popcorn.
To register, 303. Yeah. If nothing else, go for the popcorn, right? And then find out how
popcorn
to
and
protect
drinks.
your-
That's right.
Anyway, 303-779-6600, 779-6600, mymoneymyway.com. Speaking of which, I did have a guy who contacted me last time and said that one big one we all, I think it was in Highlands, wherever it was. He said, Tom, I swear to you, I went just to say hi to you, to meet you, and to have popcorn. And I ended up actually buying an annuity because of the movie, which is kind of fun. Anyway, 303-779-6600. Okay, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Stick around. Hey, can you tell Mark just to do both of them?
Now, impact traffic.
Sure.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz.
Here's a look at your afternoon drive. There's an accident on eastbound C470 at Wadsworth with a two-lane.
He's got it.
Stop-and-go traffic all the way from Kipling. We're seeing some slowing on southbound I-25 from I-70 to Spear and northbound I-25 from Alameda to Colfax. That accident on US 36 at McCaslin has been cleared. With traffic, I'm Vita Urbonis.
I'm Ben Ferguson.
And I'm Ted Cruz. One-on-one exclusive at the White House with Elon Musk. Doge, AI, Tesla bombings, Donald Trump, Mars, and killer robots.
Unfiltered and uncensored. Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, these new drugs out there for losing weight are incredible. I started my journey over 3 months ago with Denver Regen. I've dropped over 30 pounds, and the best part is I'm not hungry. Everybody out there has gone on a crash diet before, maybe a no-carb diet, and all you're thinking about is carbs, and all you're thinking about is your next meal. Not with these drugs. The food noise is gone, and you feel full. It's absolutely incredible. And for less than $300 a month, Denver Regen can help you lose weight as well. Here's the bottom line, though. These drugs are going to go up in price because some of the change is going on. So you want to get locked in now. So if you've been putting it off, make the call. It includes the doctor's visit. It includes all the medication. It includes everything. DenverRegen.com. DenverRegen.com. Bradley O'Brien, if you're a landlord and you have not updated your lease, you are absolutely crazy. Or if you're a business owner and you're looking at a commercial lease and you've never signed one before, or even if you have, you need to know exactly what you're getting into. Bradley O'Brien can do anything when it comes to commercial or residential real estate. He can do property line disputes, title and survey reviews. He can go over new home builder contracts with you. He wants to make sure you understand everything you're signing or buying or selling. OLSlaw.com. That's OLSlaw.com.
So are they getting rid of the compounds of those, the weight loss way?
They're gonna go up in price for sure.
Yeah.
So when people get locked in, though, at least for 6 months to a year, they'll
still have that same price here.
Yeah, they should have the exact same price.
Yes, I know my girlfriend. She used it. She loved it too. She lost like 30 pounds in like the first month or two, but then she kind of plateaued at it as she ratcheted up. But she weaned herself off, and so that was the thing.
Is she keeping it off?
Yeah, she's off now. The weight, though, we're working out a lot more, but she's kind of in this in between where she saw the weight come up a little bit more, but then came back, and so she's it's kind of discouraging, if you will, because obviously it helps a lot. But yeah, it's just
hopefully you get that muscle memory.
That's it. Yeah,
but it's hard to say, man. Some people just do it.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm used to not being hungry now, so it's kind of wild.
Yeah, that's good.
That's what she said. She said now that she's been off of it, she's just been starving.
She's hungry again.
Yeah, hungry, because like she would eat and she could, you'd get a meal and then you'd only eat a little bit of it, and then she's like, oh, we'd be sharing a lot of meals.
We're kind of lucky because Suzanne and I basically eat once a day, and we've done that for, God, years and years.
Eating or shot?
No. Just, I mean, for 10 years, we've usually just eat once a day.
I'm kind of in that same ballpark. I mean, maybe
we
twice.
We don't eat breakfast or lunch.
I don't do breakfast. I'll do maybe like a little salad lunch, but usually I eat dinner, one big meal. So it's kind of funny because we found that now we're back to that stage where she's like, I'm hungry. Coming off that stuff.
How long was she on it, Jordan?
She was on it for 5 months, about 4 or 5 months.
That's about where I'll be. I'll stop at 5 or 6.
She kind of plateaued right about there, and that was her goal. She just wanted to kind of get a jump start, get it going.
That's a lot of weight.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
She looks good.
No, she does. And that first month, though, and I always thought she looked good, but it was one of those things, more in her head. But yeah, that first month kind of really got her excited because you lose so much in that first month.
Big time.
Yeah.
Some of it's just purely water weight, too, though.
And I think she got all the way up to about like 25 or 30, whatever the dosage is. They ratchet you up to do it, but she just wasn't seeing the same results, and so. And that in her hair, she kind of had to start taking collagen because she was starting to lose hair, which I guess is sometimes a side effect for some of those things.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they were doing, at least the FDA was saying there's some study they're going to do because about like 50% of people either have some kind of more thinning of hair or loss.
Did you get the hair back?
With the collagen, it's back to being thick again. But she had to supplement something because it was starting to.
I haven't noticed anything like that.
And that was the thing. It was just some 50-50, and then a lot of her hairstylists said that a lot of her clients were doing the same thing that the females. I think specifically the females.
Okay.
I think it's something to do with that. But she was seeing that was an issue that people's hair, she'd brush it and just like hair would come out more than usual.
They're probably more noticeable than guys are.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so but yeah, we've been trying to keep up with at least 3 to 4 times a day or week at the gym, and that's the more exciting thing, just getting her pumped into that because she's liking that a lot more.
Did you use was it trizepatide?
Gosh, I think it was. I think because seglamatide or
semaglutide.
Yeah, so I think it was that. Yeah, but they always come back with that little frozen box.
Frozen box.
So, Mark, do you think Joe Keano's going to buy one?
Every 3 months. But yeah,
do you think Joe Keano's going to buy a Tesla now?
I can barely hear you.
Do you think Joe Keano is going to buy a Tesla now?
I think so, yeah. Anybody that does self-driving the first time, they just are so blown away. They just have no clue.
Oh, let's see.
His is
Tesla.
top-notch self-driving.
Tesla message back.
I'm sure you can get a used one pretty cheap right now.
Oh yeah, he's just at the delivery center.
10 seconds.
On my phone when I'm walking the dogs.
It's now easier than ever. You can now set Denver's talk station as a preset.
Awesome, doing it now.
On the free iHeart Radio app.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So we're talking about some very interesting issues. Give us a call if you have a problem, question, or complaint at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're promoting this movie event for the 25th. If you want to sign up for it, it talks about retirement and all of that. And whenever you talk about investments of any kind, it doesn't matter what you talk about. And I think you'll know this, Jordan. There are people that'll swear by things. There's people that swear against things. Then there are people that don't have an opinion. And I've always said this. There is no one investment that is the best for everyone or the worst for everyone. There's nothing that is bad or good. It's how you use it that counts. And
right.
I think one of the biggest mistakes people make sometimes is they do one thing and one thing only, or they try to chase money is what I mean. And this is what Warren Buffett used to say, that he makes his money mostly by people chasing money. Because if most people start buying a stock when it's on its way up and they got in late, or they sell when it's crashing, and they lock in their losses or their profits. So the theory behind an annuity is not to play the game. Just let it sit there and then take advantage of the upside and then take advantage of the fixed rate and do the comparing side by side when it's time to withdraw. I mean, that's really...
he did an example for me. Check this out, Tom. So someone 50 years old, so, basically my age, $150,000 into an annuity. Then when you decide to retire, so we just took 67 or whatever the top Social Security is, you would have over $3,000 a month guaranteed till the day you died.
In addition,
and that goes right with your opinion.
Wow.
Yeah, it goes right with your opinion. If you have other money that's in the market, if you have 401ks, IRAs, and that's the idea.
Well, Social Security.
Social Security, on top of that, you're hitting it, Tom. I mean, the idea is not all eggs in one basket. If you can have multiple streams of income, that is a good retirement. You can't just rely on one basket, one Social Security check. This is the way to do it.
Do people buy multiple ones and then they get to a certain age, they're like, okay, I could use that cash flow right now and still let the other one simmer?
Exactly. We call that laddering them. So if you can have, some money, you build it up, and maybe even once it grows to a certain point, break it up into two. And that's the idea, is let one grow.
Sometimes you do laddering, Mark, when you want some liquidity freedom. And so you're able to take 10% a year and you can choose which one. And then it's a really cool approach. Anyway, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Problems, questions, and complaints. 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466, or 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Whatever you need, we're going to try to help you with, so call us.
Jordan, how many annuity companies do you guys represent?
So we have access to about 53 different companies. We only use about maybe 3 or 4 of them because they're kind of always revolving as some that are better. They give you better incentives to start with. So some of the companies we use right now, they're giving you anywhere between 11 to 16% bonuses. And so just to sign up, yep. Some people want, like this one we have has long-term care benefits on it. So if somebody is taking income, like Mark's saying, $3,000 a month, but all of a sudden they need some kind of living assistance, whether it's in their house or elsewhere, then it'll double. So whatever it was, it'll turn into $6K a month, and that'll pay for the day they pass. And so some companies do that, some don't. So we just have access to kind of fit to what people need. But yeah, about 52, 53, I think was the last count that we had.
Well, that's good to know about the healthcare thing. Maybe maybe I should ask this question to you on the air. So
please,
you
yeah.
Can,
please feel free.
Do that.
Yeah, please feel free.
I'll lead in with that.
All right.
Because that's a good point about the healthcare. I'm actually kind of concerned about that.
Yeah, long-term care is a big issue these days.
It could be $5 or $6 grand a month.
Closer to 11. Yeah, it's in Colorado. An average one's about 11 to 12K a month for facility. If you're getting for really
for cost.
Yeah, for cost. Yeah, and so when people don't have anything, obviously something helps with all of that, but it's just a huge problem in the world right now.
So you have an annuity that might kick in a little bit dough.
Yep.
If you're faced with that situation.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I retired. My medical malpractice.
Mm-hmm.
You know what a tail is, right? So when you retire,
yeah,
if you've been with the company for 10 years, which I've been with them like 40 years, then anything that happens, your tail is covered. So as long as I live, if someone were to sue me tomorrow, even though I've been retired for 10 years, they would still cover it.
That's good, yeah.
Plus, I found out that I also had a $200,000 long-term care policy, which I never knew about.
That's huge, though.
I know.
That's a great.
No, that is. I mean,
so they sent me a letter saying, okay, here's your retirement thing. We'll cover you. Yep. And by the way, you have a $200,000 long-term care
Mark,
policy.
what was that about Tim? You
which
did
I
that?
didn't realize I was paying for.
No, that's
why did you do that to
pretty
Tim?
cool.
Yeah, long-term care policy.
Because he said there haven't been any timeouts today.
Yeah, long-term care policies by themselves. If you just go buy one. Nowadays, I mean, they're just so dang expensive. There's about 2 or 3 companies that offer
Good
them.
one, Tim.
I see a lot of clients, they start with like $400, $500 for a couple. Now it's up to $1,000 to $1,500 a month. You know, and so people just have to get to a point where they can't even
And also,
afford it.
I'm sure it's very age dependent.
It is, yes, but that's just the problem is there's too many claims going on right now that the companies didn't price all this right. So no matter what, everybody's long-term care plans have gone up, and so this is a great way just to have it built in. Yeah,
that's good. Something for you to bring up.
Absolutely, yeah.
Everyone I ask.
Absolutely, please, yes.
Because I thought it was around 6, but you think it's around 11.
Yeah, just the average. If you look across, you know, it's always changing, but anywhere between 10 to 15.
Yes, you did, Tim. You got TO'd. Isn't that what Kip says on, Mark? Isn't that what Kip says on Napoleon Dynamite? I'm so TO'd. I love that guy. He is so cool. Did you ever see Napoleon Dynamite?
Oh, a long time ago, yeah.
The brother Kip. He's like, I'm so Yes. I'm so TO'd. It's such a 80s thing to say, TO'd. Timeout Tim. That should be his new handle. Timeout Tim.
Yeah.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
There. I can't go number 2 anymore. It is a pretty great clip. Yeah, or sound bite or whatever you want to call it, right? If you're calling the Troubleshooter Show to talk about you can't go poo anymore, I mean...
I'm not sure if we can help on that
it's one. It's like the problem of all problems.
Where's the one where Tom says, I don't even know what I just said?
I'm looking for it right now. That one was the Shannon one, so I don't know where he hides his stuff.
He played it yesterday. It was funny. I didn't. What did he say? He said something like, I didn't even make sense to myself.
That was worse than that. I don't remember exactly, but...
We could take that Drew clip and make it into a text tone, Mark, or a ringtone.
Yeah.
I'd like to install that on our daughter's phone after what she did to our Tesla. Every time she gets a text, it says, I can't go number 2 anymore.
See, what is this one? This says brain diseases.
Well, before I get to my question, I'd like to say that brain diseases such as Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, muscular dystrophy are all easily preventable and curable.
Yeah.
Oh, this was a huge
I went
argument.
after him
I
on that one
remember
big
that.
time.
Whoa, there's some throwdown fist on that one. Remember that, Mark?
Oh, I went off on him like he was so stupid.
You never know who in studio is watching kids.
I don't understand that statement.
Tim says, got to be careful here. You never know who in studio is watching kids. There's no one under 18 in this studio.
No kids in the studio.
Yeah, and if they are, they're freaking used to the mouths. Right?
I'm just going to remove him once and for all.
Who?
Tim.
You're gonna hide him or something?
Yeah, everybody's going to... So no one will see him, but he's not going to know he's gone. That's what's funny. He'll be texting, and no one will be answering, but he won't realize what's happening.
We'll call him Timeout Tim. And he's hidden until he changes his handle to Timeout Tim.
Yeah, he's gone now.
Woo!
No one can see anything he types anymore. Hey, everybody, act like you see what he's typing, even though you can't see it.
Savvy,
10 seconds.
That aardvark sauce.
Talk station 630 KHOW.
Mark, Thomas still away from the desk.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaint. Where's Tommy? What happened to him?
He might have stepped away for a second, Mark.
He might have. I don't see Dimitri there either, but hey, here's the deal. We're here to help you. 303.
They're in the executive.
713-8255. I hope they're not in the executive together, Doc.
We'll never know.
They'll never know. Hey, listen, this thing coming up on the 25th.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
That's Drew. I really do want you to sign up. In fact,
you're up.
And I will be out there 6:30. It's going to be at the AMC 24.
That's correct.
We look forward to meeting you, and it's a free movie, free popcorn. Now, are you guys going to buy? I think that AMC has beer and liquor too.
Whoa!
Is that included, Jordan? What are we talking?
Open bar, Mark. It's an open bar.
Yeah.
Open bar. Yep.
Let's pull that back a little bit. Pull the reins back.
And don't they have, Tom, where they bring whatever you order, like chicken, to your seat there?
There we go.
I don't know. Right? A lot of theaters have that. You order and they bring it to your seat. Nowadays,
do you remember when you told everybody on air that Al Ramos was going to buy the first 10 callers free tires?
And it was for April Fools. And then, but I told the
callers. And it was literally on April Fools.
Yeah, and I told the callers.
He had people calling up, threatening his life for not giving them the tires.
No, but here's how it went down, Mark. Here's how it went down. I said, before I even started, I said, listen, this is a April Fool's prank on him, on Al Ramos, Pro Auto Care. I said, so when you call him, though, just tell him you expect free tires, that Tom Martino is advertising free tires. Now, so the people that listen to my show, they were calling as a joke. But then other people got wind of this and thought it was real and got pissed at him because they didn't get their free tires. And it backfired.
And I bring that up because I want everybody to know there is not an open bar at the AMC 24.
Not this event. No. But we got popcorn, drinks, mymoneymyway.com, free event coming up Tuesday.
Get signed up, though. It's going to be fun. In fact, last time you had it there, I think, wasn't it? You were at that one time. It was standing room only.
Yeah. So anyway.
It's like 180 people.
It's a good movie. I'm going to go see it again.
You going to go, Bo?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a
Doc, are you
tearjerker.
going, or have you already? Oh, you have an annuity.
I have an annuity, the kind that Jordan talks about, which is, it's been really great for me.
Doc didn't even realize he had the, I was going to say death benefit, but not
the long-term
cost of living
care on
cost
there.
of living.
Yeah.
No, Tom, I was saying my malpractice policy, they have a tail on it, which if you've been with them for 10 years, once you retire, if there are any malpractice claims that happen while you were still working, they cover it. But also, without my knowing it, they had given me a $200,000 long-term care policy that I never knew I had until I retired.
You know what's crazy, Tom? What do you think old folks' home costs now? I mean, honestly, it's like $10,000 a month for something decent. Isn't that incredible?
Wow. Now, somebody wants to know. Let me find this. Oh, I got to go back to this other call. Somebody called. Bo went out about these sewer gases. Bo, you're there, right? And there were terrible sewer gases coming from an apartment. They come from houses. They come from all over. And I'm going to go over the major causes. But this one person says that in that apartment, in their mechanical room, if they have a water heater and a floor drain, something as simple as that floor drain evaporating and not having anything in it, in the P-trap, could cause sewer gases to come back up into the apartment. And that's absolutely true. Did they have a mechanical room in there that could possibly...
Tom, yeah, that's very astute, whoever brought that up. I actually... she had a floor drain. We did put water in it to make sure it was full, but she uses the floor drain so the P-trap was not dry, and there is no water heater. It's a big boiler in the basement of the apartment building that supplies the domestic water to her apartment. I believe it's a cracked sewer vent line that's supposed to terminate up on the roof of the building, but is actually terminating on the 4th or 5th floor.
Okay.
And then when the HVAC system comes on, it's drawing the sewer gases from the broken vent pipe into her apartment.
Yeah. But just for other people listening, you have roof vents on houses and condos and all kinds. Roof vents are for things to be able to drain. You can't drain something that's a closed system. It has to have air to drain. And roof vents are where the water goes down, the gases go up. And what happens is when they're blocked, they can cause an odor. Another thing are floor drains. P-traps are I often wonder, why is there an S in my pipe, and why does it look like it goes down and then back up again and back down again? And it's because it's called a P-trap. And really what that's meant to be is when you're completely drained, there's always some water in that P-trap, which causes sewer gases from coming back. But if you're in a house for a long time, and let's say you have a downstairs bathroom, and it's never used at all. Like we have a master bedroom down here we never use. And there was a terrible odor coming from it. Again, Bo, what you said, especially when the heater air was on. And I went back to that bedroom and thought, what died in here? And it was nothing. I simply had to fill up the shower drain with water, and the gases stopped immediately. So if you live in a big house and you're alone, or you live with a couple people, or you're an empty nester, these floor drains literally have to be attended to. Now, that might be in a mechanical room where your water heater is. You have to basically make sure that the floor drains are always filled with water. Now, I don't know, and I should ask a plumber this. Somebody told me a hack that they use to keep their P-traps full, and I'm not sure it's a good one, but this is what they do. They put mineral oil in it, and the mineral oil kind of keeps from evaporating. What are you saying, Dimitri? You know about that?
Oh yeah, I've seen that. I've seen glycerin in there.
Wait a minute. So mineral oil doesn't do any harm?
No, it's just an inert oil, and it doesn't evaporate nearly as quickly as water.
So if you turn the water on to drain, like, it's not going to clog it up. It'll just run through.
It'll just drain out like any other liquid, and it's not.
Hey, Bo, have you ever heard of that?
I never have heard of someone putting oil in. Best thing to do is just put a little cup of water in your drain, especially
but we're talking
basement
about if you want
shower
it to
drain.
last if you want it to last longer, I've heard people use mineral
Sure.
oil. Yeah, and they say it works really well.
I don't think it'd be any problem.
How about some bleach?
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So listen, somebody wants to know about this thing, Jordan. Oh, I know what it is. Hold on. Are they still doing Become the Banker with overfunding life insurance? And this is what this guy wants to know. He says he doesn't have a lot of money right now to put away monthly, but is it best to get the policy going and then overfund it when you get extra money, or wait until you have extra money to take it out to begin with?
Great question. So first off, yes, we do the Become the Banker still. Absolutely. Those are our two products, just the fixed index annuity and the Become the Banker. But to the answer there, really it depends. I mean, for the client, it is always good to start putting that money at a younger point. So wherever his age is, starting to build that cash value now, building it up.
But let me ask you this, Jordan. This is what I think he means.
Dump money in.
This is what I think he means. Let's say he takes out a life insurance policy that he intends to overfund on purpose. Then that grows tax-free, and you can take it out tax-free later in life. But let's talk about this.
Right.
On a regular insurance, if I came to you to do it, does it start building cash value from the beginning, or do I have to overfund it for that cash value?
With our policies, it's from the beginning. So meaning that the cash value builds, especially ours, every month that they put a contribution to it, a good portion of that's going to their cash value.
So how little can they start
whole
with?
Life, to your
how
point,
little
does
can
not.
they start with?
Yeah, I'd say for anybody over the age of 21, $250 a month, $200 a month, kind of is that bare minimum mark, just to have some growth. You know, if obviously the more you put in, the better it looks. But anybody under that age, if they're doing it for children or that, they can get with less money. But of course,
tell them what your dad did for you.
Yeah, you know, and this is where my whole experience. I came in at 16 years old looking to purchase my vehicle. My father funded it over the years, and it was right around that 200 mark for mine at the time because he started when I was born, and I was able to finance my vehicle at age 16, paid cash for it. But the rule was I had to call the first bank or whichever bank we had at that time and ask them, had I got a loan through them, what was that payment? What was that interest rate? And I'm sure you can guess, he made me pay that same payment back to myself. So you could start at any point, earlier the better, but these policies have flexibility, to your question, Tom, that you can dump money in later on if they don't have it up front. We can build that into it up front.
Okay, so no matter what, when you start, you'll start building cash value, and it can grow depending on how much you put into it extra. And that money will always come back to you, and there's only a small part of the money going toward the cost of insurance. The cost of insurance stays level. Is that true or not?
That is true. Yes, with whole life, it stays level. Universal life term, those ones out there which we don't use, those are the ones that the cost increases as you get older.
Okay. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255.
As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to help you hear more about today's top female athletes. Learn more about your favorite teams and keep more money in your wallet with no fees or minimums on checking accounts and no overdraft fees. Just ask the Capital One bank guy. It's pretty much all he talks about. In a good way. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One, NA, member FDIC.
I know you realize that we talk about real estate on the show so much. Whenever we have a question, we call O'Brien Legal Services, Brad O'Brien and his team. They're into real estate, all aspects of real estate. If you're a landlord, for example, trying to navigate the new landscape of being a landlord, Oh my goodness, can it be complicated? He can help you structure your leases to protect yourself, and so you can evict people when you want, and all kinds of ways to be smarter as a landlord. He can also help you if you're buying a place and you want someone to go over the closing docs. If it has to do with real estate, I want you to think of O'Brien Legal Services. Call before there's problems. olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. Now, speaking of problems, if you have a personal injury or you've been in a car accident and one of your loved ones is hurt, or you're wondering about insurance, whether it's your own insurance covering your own pain and suffering, which can happen, or you're going after another party, you can call John Fuller and get free legal advice and talk about your case with no obligation to ever hire him. He is one of the only attorneys I know that does this, because usually when you call, you get a call center or an intake counselor. Here you can ask to talk to John Fuller and say, I need some legal advice. I want to talk to John. John will talk to you about your case. If you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, so never any out-of-pocket money. In fact, if you do hire him, you get a cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. Go for personal attention in personal injury. John Fuller, 303-597-4500, 597-4500. Hey, Mark.
Dog after this, Mark?
No, we actually went there yesterday. What's up, brother?
Did you block Tim?
No, why?
Oh, because I thought you did, and I heard you did, but...
No, I made him think he was blocked.
Oh, okay.
It's funny how almost everybody on YouTube went along with it, too. They're like, no, we can't see him. As he's typing. But if you want, I can block him for good right now.
No, I don't want to block him.
If that's what you're... Okay, fine, I'll block him.
Tim.
All right, I'll get rid of him.
Who are you blocking, Mark?
He's gone, Tim.
Tim Medlin?
Yep. Or as I call him, Troublemaker Tim.
Bellatrix?
Talib, did you ever play Doom with us at that store in Parker? Oh, I love Doom. The original Doom was the badass game. There'd be 4 of us on the LAN playing just for hours. All right, I'll tell everybody a Talib story real quick.
Uh-oh.
We were headed to Vegas. Talib, myself, and Joe Erner, who's no longer with us. And we were driving. We were road tripping, the 3 of us. And, well, first of all, on that same trip, Joe Erner got so drunk, they ended up calling my hotel room and Talib's hotel room to tell us to come get our friend because he was creating a scene at the blackjack table. And this is like 20, 30 years ago. He's betting like $500 a hand, and he is so shit-faced. He's like yelling at people. So we had to like bail him out at 4:30 in the morning before they basically threw him in the tank.
Oh, gosh. That's too funny.
So as we're going from there to Vegas, that was in Mesquite. Okay. So we got there so late we just stayed in Mesquite. So we move on to Vegas. And Talib's trying to tell me how he came up with a new game that would be better than a slot machine, better than a poker machine. And here's was his idea. It would be a chess machine where you play against the computer. And, of course, I said, well, the computer can beat anybody in the world, so where are we going with this? He goes, no, you will choose what level you are, so like beginner, inner. And I'm like, a gambler's going to sit down and go, oh, I'm the amateur.
I'm the expert.
Right. And then bet $100 against the computer.
Exactly. Oh, that's too funny.
Now, okay, so far so true, yes. Keep going.
Oh, that's hysterical.
Talib's always been a bit of a troublemaker.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Anytime I'm around Talib, there's trouble.
There's always trouble.
Always. Isn't that weird?
It's very sus.
There's one thing all three had in common. Of all the times I've been in trouble, Talib was there.
Oh, it wasn't your fault. It was all Talib. And that's what I thought. I thought, why is he getting together with Talib again tonight? He's just going to maybe end up in jail.
Talib saved my ass in Vegas one time. That's true, too.
Trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Tom?
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I forgot to turn my mic on. Sorry about that. No jokes. You know what I like is they can't make any Joe Biden jokes anymore because he's not around. So who are you going to make fun of, huh? You can't do that.
Hey, Tom, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
What's your opinion on this thing about giving driver's licenses to illegal immigrants?
Now, what do you think I think?
Well, I thought it would be a good topic for discussion.
Yeah. Well, first of all, who is even proposing this?
I forget. It's the Democratic lawmakers in the legislature.
You know, here's the thing. Are you talking about the Colorado legislature, right?
Yes.
Here's what I want to know. Do the legislators in Colorado look around and say, what's the most unpopular thing in the world right now? What's the stupidest thing in the world right now? What can ruin our state faster? And how can we look like complete freaking idiots? I know what. Let's do this. It's like, I don't know who elected these morons, because when I look around this state, I don't see that many morons. I don't see that many idiots. But our legislature, we are more liberal than California ever wanted to be. And I swear to God, it's what's going on? When are we going to actually have the pendulum swing in this state? By all indications, we are ruining this state. We are ruining Denver. We are ruining everything we came here to live for. So what do I think about it? I think it's stupid. If somebody is here illegally, they're here illegally. If they're looking for a better life, I want them to find one. And I also want them to do the asylum if they're eligible and have a path to citizenship. I'm not against immigration. I'm an immigrant.
I don't think most people are against.
My parents, we're all immigrants. Here's what we're against. People coming to this country and breaking the law. I don't even think a lot of people care that they came here illegally as much as they care about getting through if they're criminals and liars and cheats and they come here and do more of their dastardly deeds. It sucks. It really, really sucks. You
know what worries me? I'm not as upset about the driver's licenses per se. What I'm worried about is that they're going to be able to use those to register to vote, which is totally
and tell me something.
Unconstitutional.
Why would Democrats want to do that? Isn't the handwriting on the wall? Honest to God. I mean, can't we see through these ruses right now? Can't we see that there's no other way for them other than to rely on thieves and criminals and murderers and then other people? I'm not saying they're all that. But it's amazing. Like when our mayor of Denver says he's going to block the people from ICE from coming in and taking away people, he's talking about the only people they want to take away are thugs and murderers. Why is it that we have politicians in this state that want to protect thieves and murderers? Why is that? Why? Well, tell me why. How is that humanitarian? How about protecting the citizens, for God's sakes? How about protecting the citizens? How about doing your job and representing the electorate, the people who elected you, the electorate? It's just amazing to me. I think that people have come from here. We have come, first of all, we were overly conservative, then we swung overly liberal. And why can't we just have it somewhere in the middle? Because lopsided government, we have a very dangerous set of lawmakers in this state. Very dangerous. Now, I will say one thing. There are some good things that come from it, and that is when it comes to consumer stuff and tenants, some of the things they did were very, very good for them. And I think that you get frozen if you're too locked into one side or the other. But in any case, there's no side that's completely evil, no side that's completely good. All I want to see is some balance here. Do you guys, seriously, I know I have Democrats and liberals listening to my show. Do you really like the way the state's going? Do you, honest to God, look at Colorado and say, we're better off for the government we have? Do you see that? Can anyone truly say that we're going in the right direction as a state? Is it time to try something different? I'm not being hateful. I'm being realistic. Isn't it time to say, you know what? Let's try something different. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mark, you're being curiously silent. What do you think? Do you think Colorado is changing for the good?
I think everybody is entitled to their own political views. And some people,
of course they are.
It works to be a Democrat.
Yes, it does. And do you think, I'm asking about the state, do you think we're moving in the right direction?
The state of Colorado?
Yeah. In the correct position. Do you think the state's improving?
Oh, wait. I think we're in a correction period, yes. In fact, I was arguing with, who was it? Dimitri is sitting next to you. It wasn't really an argument, but we were discussing, I think it was Dimitri, Governor Polis. And Polis has actually turned away or vetoed quite a few bills that the legislature here has put through that I thought was crazy. I mean, all of them, from gun stuff to other stuff. But he's actually vetoed them. And I think about five years ago, I don't think he would have vetoed any of them or whenever he came into office.
So what was the argument with Dimitri?
He didn't realize. I just think Dimitri didn't realize how many things Polis actually vetoed. That it was probably glad he vetoed. Dimitri, was that you? I'm sorry if I.
Dimitri, go ahead.
I think the divergence between Mark's and mine opinion was that, from what I recall, Polis really hadn't vetoed an impressive number of bills. And I think Mark thinks that and I haven't researched it, but I think Mark erroneously thinks that Polis vetoed a substantial number of bad bills. I just think
my goodness. I think he's vetoed here. I mean, I'm looking right now.
Mm-hmm.
It says right here, line 1, Mark's right, and Dimitri's wrong. Line 1, it's not even the second one down.
I don't see him.
Hey, is Polis term limited, Mark?
What's that?
Is Polis term limited?
I think every governor is. Yeah.
No, I mean, has he used up his...
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
Okay, so he won't be the governor the next election.
No, that's why Phil Weiser...
He'll probably be our next senator.
I think I think Dan Kaplis should run.
I think Dan would be an excellent governor.
No,
honest
I wonder
to God,
if he
I
ever
do.
would consider it.
I'm not going to say how or what, but I would say there is a possibility at some point that he would run for some form of office.
He's going to run for the Senate. He won't run for governor.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Governor would be pretty tough out here.
No, I'd love to see Dan run for governor.
Kaplis would be too far to the right.
Right here, CPR News, whatever that is. But Democrats frustrated as Governor Polis vetoes 6 Colorado bills, almost all from his own party. And this is in 23-24. And I'm looking for him. Labor rights measure, HB 24-1008. It attempted to combat wage theft in the construction industry. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not going to dive into that, but that's one. Then 1260, giving employees more power to ignore their bosses. Now, tell me that doesn't sound like the most liberal thing you've ever heard. HB 24-1260 would have given employees more power to ignore their bosses. So they got rid of that one. School and sports, 1307, new requirements on some schools' HVAC systems. I mean, that's stupid. HB 24-1080 implemented new requirements on youth sports organizations and local park districts. He vetoed that. Solid waste management would have limited the use of solid waste incinerators in Colorado. He got rid of that. Insurers and pharmaceuticals, HB 24-1010. And remember, these are all passed by the legislature. He vetoed these. These were ready to be signed into law. This would have applied new health care regulations aimed at the practice of white bagging, which I have no idea what the hell white bagging means. Oh, in which
Take a break when you can, buddy.
Are purchased from specialty mail order pharmacies, probably ones that the legislatures in Colorado owned. So, I mean, he's vetoed quite a bit, Dimitri.
No, I see that. Okay, we got to take a break. I'm Tom Martino. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Can you ask Mark to do this spot?
This is Denver's
On It
Nation with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver.
Yep, he's good.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com.
Here's a look at the roads across the metro area. There is an accident on northbound I-25 right before Ridgegate Parkway, blocking the right shoulder. On southbound I-25 approaching Thornton Parkway, that crash has been moved to the right shoulder as well, with traffic backing up to the 128th overpass. And that accident on eastbound C470 at Wadsworth has just cleared, but there is still some slowing to Kipling. With traffic, I'm Dita Urbanus.
Let Express Employment Professionals help you hire for contract or full-time jobs. Forget about recruiting, sifting through resumes, and interviews with unqualified applicants. Go to ExpressPros.com to find the location near you. That's ExpressPros.com.
The Art of Granite, my friend Mitch Floria. Listen, they came out. They turned our master bathroom into the most beautiful place. It's like a sanctuary. Suzanne picked out quartz for the countertop in there, and then we did his line of sinks. It's absolutely beautiful. He also transformed our laundry room and 2 other bathrooms over the past 4 years. You're going to love Mitch Floria. Right now at the Art of Granite, they will do the kitchen and you get the bathroom for free. Think about that. Brand new, beautiful countertops in the kitchen, and they do the bathroom for free. And listen, if you want new cabinets, they got them. You want new sinks, they got them. But where he makes his money is on the fabrication and the installation. You don't pay any more than he does on the material. In fact, if he doesn't have the exact hard surface you want, you can go anywhere and use his wholesale account and pick it out. Once again, he does the installation and the fabrication. Check out theartofgranite.com. Call by the end of the month for that free bathroom. Theartofgranite.com. He'll also give you a quote over the phone. Theartofgranite.com.
.com.
What?
.com.
I'm going to start doing voiceovers.
Maybe we need to have Ken.
I'm going to do porn star, male porn star voiceovers.
Hear it.
Oh.
Give it to me, baby. Bend that little ass over.
Oh, my God. Wow.
It's all yours.
Yeah.
It's all yours.
Recycle him.
Suzanne's blushing already.
They're soft and they're chewy, but they're not. It breaks down the fat. When it's boned down.
Oh, yeah, how many smokers live?
You still have your RV? You get you that much?
Yeah, I mean, every year we use it at least, I'd say 12 weeks on average.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I mean, usually we do at least a month-long trip.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about this. I spent all day Friday, during the show, 4 hours of cleaning out our storage room. It's huge.
Oh, yeah. Love
Get
it.
everything out there. Like,
absolutely.
Next morning, kids over, getting everything out. Well,
Have
he
you ever
didn't
seen
order
it?
a big enough
No.
dumpster.
Check it out.
So we don't even have all of our storage stuff thrown out. So the
smokers are
stupid
still there.
smokers and grills. Mark, do we want to talk about the smokers and grills that you...
It was a devious plan by him to order a dumpster that
Screwed me
small to
over.
keep 'em. It worked. It was
This is
brilliant.
basically our exact one. Same color scheme, everything.
Whenever you want some, just give me.
No, I had one a little. I had a
let
30.
Dad
This
tell you
one's
which
45.
card.
You can't get any bigger.
Okay.
Let me see the interior of this one. Yeah, this is basically our exact one. Like,
Mark,
no shit.
You want to answer Adeline's text?
Well, right there, it's open. So, no. When it's closed, yes.
But that's nice, though.
It's all heated tile floors,
Marky Mark of the
dishwasher,
fancy
washer,
pants.
dryer, microwave.
Has anybody got me around here?
It can sleep a lot, but I'm to the point where it's only Suzanne and us in there. I mean, we'll have friends over when we're at places, but
that's slick.
I don't allow the kids. I told the kids.
Yeah, we don't allow our kids in the bus. You guys are gross.
Depends. I don't like hot.
Oh no, it's not. Green chili sauce isn't hot.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which card?
Put it on the venture. Tell her, hey, she better have Wyoming on there too. Make sure she's got
And that
Wyoming on there.
includes
That
Wyo,
will
correct?
irritate. The answer is no, unless it includes Colorado and Wyoming. So there.
Wow.
I'll make it that way.
How far have you guys
I'm not paying for the bar.
The furthest would probably be Hilton Head. Yeah. Hilton Head would be the furthest we've been.
Wow. Where's that? Is that Colorado or is that outside?
Hilton Head? Oh, shit. North
Carolina?
Is it South Carolina or North?
Oh, one of the Carolinas.
South.
It's right on the ocean.
That's a trek then, yeah, but that's probably nice.
Yeah.
We used to go to Hilton Head all the time.
Yeah, golf, it's huge.
Yeah.
Okay.
And kids love the beach and the dolphins and crabbing.
Oh, nice.
It was kind of a pain in the ass. That was one place we stayed where I couldn't put our car hauler anywhere. So I had to hook the car up to the trailer and drag the trailer to a rental place for a week.
Oh, wow.
That was the only one on that trip I ran.
Do you bring the
into.
Tesla, or do you do something different for the
car?
car?
I'd probably bring my Tesla next time because I can charge it for free everywhere.
No.
Wow. I see a lot of people do the little smart car.
I am
sometimes.
only
Like,
Yeah.
if I
do-
pass,
they
then I transfer.
Right.
someone to
Usually,
Y.
like last year, we had a brand new Santa Fe we towed around.
Yeah, that's nice. That's a
So
good
we
setup.
can fit anything on the trailer.
That's nice, man. I like that.
And it's cool. The trailer, you drive up and it just goes zoop.
Oh,
And
levels
then you
too.
drive down. Zoop.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice. But the whole pull out on the sides, that's the sweet spot. Make it feel really wide inside. Yeah, my grandparents had one. It was not quite like that.
Yeah, my grandparents had one too, man.
Yeah, but they're fun.
This bad boy's got a sleep number in it.
Hell yeah, better.
I mean, in your butts?
370. Address hair loss with the same simple one-day treatment I received. AdvancedHair.com.
Hello, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Somebody says here that there was a lady, I don't know if this is true, who won the lottery. She didn't tell her husband, she divorced him. And the husband found out after the divorce, and she was getting monthly installments of $68,000. And the ex-husband sued her for half. And according to this, the judge was so upset with the lady for hiding assets, she granted the entire amount to him. I don't know if that's possible, but anyway, that comes from somebody on a text. Now, speaking of which, a serious question for Jordan Chiano, who's here about fixed indexed annuities and overfunding life insurance. They want to know about beneficiaries. If you put a beneficiary on that annuity and you don't renew it and you forget about it, do you know if the estate can change it or not? Do you know anything about that?
You know, that's a little bit more of a gray area for me. I know with typically situations like that, it would go to the estate, from my understanding, unless you had something in a will or within a trust, which they would have already had that as beneficiary, most likely.
Who do most people
name
as their beneficiaries? Their spouse?
Yeah, their spouse, and this is a good rule of thumb that we practice as most people should look at on their own plans as well. Always have a primary and a contingent, at least one of each, for this exact reason. Because a primary would be most likely your spouse or significant other, and then the contingent, typically children, typically family members thereafter. You always want to have those two on there. So that is a very big rule in our practice here, but that definitely for anybody who has anything out there, life insurance wise, annuity wise, you got to make sure you have more than one.
Somebody else wanted to know, can a trust own an annuity? And the answer is yes.
Yep.
That
is correct.
Yep. They can own an annuity. And then this one came in weeks ago, but I put it aside for us. They said, I have qualified money already. Now listen very carefully. It's not involving you, but I want you to listen. They inherited qualified money. That means when you inherit qualified money, you don't get to keep it qualified. You have to distribute it over a 10-year period to yourself. So when you inherit, remember this, because they don't want you to inherit, for example, a Roth or some other kind of tax-free money and keep it there forever. You have to literally get paid out over a 10-year period. And for each payment you get paid, you have to pay taxes on. So picture someone who has an account that they inherited, okay? Let's say it's from their dad, and it's $100,000. They have to literally pay themselves out $10,000 a year, or $50,000 for 2 years, or $25,000 for 4 years, whatever. They have to pay themselves out before 10 years. Did you understand that, Jordan? Now.
Yes, I did, and that's correct. Yeah.
One of these people, they were put into an annuity, and what I want to know is, isn't that weird, or do you think that's not a bad idea? I don't know one way or the other. I was told that when it goes into an annuity, now she's forced to take that 10% withdrawal every year to make the schedule of paying it out to herself. But if she does that, that's only going to extinguish the annuity at the end of the 10 years. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
so was that a wise move or not?
I think that is a little... I personally don't think that would be the best route if they already are in that phase of getting that money distributed to them from their father, let's say. Because at that point, just like you're saying, you're going to have to pay taxes no matter what. You can't defer that anymore.
So let me ask you this,
this happens
though.
Actually pretty commonly.
So let's say they put $100,000 into an annuity, and then they have to start drawing it down in a year or two by a minimum amount every year. Does the rest of the money still keep working for them? And is it possible at the end of their 10-year drawdown, is it possible they still have money in there from the earnings?
Yes, it is. It is possible because the money will still sit there accruing interest, just like on that account A and account B we were talking about earlier. So you're still going to earn growth on that money that's sitting there, but the money they're distributing and taking out withdrawals, that is the money that, as you mentioned, they're going to be taking those distributions and paying those taxes on.
Yeah.
So
I think
it could work out. When you said it could be in a trust, help me out there. I mean, if you had a family trust set up, you're saying an annuity could sit in there and pay out forever then. I don't care who dies. It's a trust. It's an LLC.
No,
so that is possible?
No. It's put into the trust, but it's according to so if I put it into my trust, it just means that the money goes to the trust, okay? It won't go any more.
So not a living trust, basically.
No, it's not like a person where if the trust is alive forever, they're going to get paid. What it means is the remainder goes into the trust. The trust will not get monthly payments.
The death benefit, right? Yeah, it would pay out.
So if your annuity is in a trust, your annuity is paid to you monthly and then when you die, the remainder, instead of going to one person or one beneficiary, it goes to your trust.
Yeah, it would go into the trust.
And then the trustee would then dictate, or the trust document, what happens to that remainder money. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
Here's a look at the roads across the metro area. There is an accident on northbound I-25 right before Ridgegate Parkway, blocking the right shoulder. On southbound I-25 approaching Thornton Parkway, that crash has been moved to the right shoulder as well, with traffic backing up to the 128th overpass. And that accident on eastbound C-470 at Wadsworth has just cleared, but there is still some slowing to Kipling. With traffic, I'm Vida Urbanus.
Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/credit card.
You know, coming up on April 5th, I'm going to be with Barry Miller talking about Vestera Turnkey. And I want you to be there Saturday, April 5th, 10 in the morning in the DTC area. I'll give you the place to sign up and find out more. We're going to be talking about his program to make you a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. And I'm going to be there to talk about how Wave 8 Wealth Management will help you become part of it if maybe you want to do less than a minimum investment. And we're going to talk about all of these options for you on Saturday, April 5th. If you're interested at all in this Vestera Turnkey, this is going to be a great time to talk about it. I will answer each and every question. MyBiggestReturn.com. MyBiggestReturn.com. K&H Home Solutions. 65 years strong, this company. I've known the original owner when I got here 45 years ago. I've known, of course, Ted, a subsequent owner, and now Lee and his son. And you know what I know about K&H? They continue the heritage, the quality, and the trust, and the great products. And now they even have painters. So you can have K&H painting pros do your house. So when it comes to the outside of your house, window siding, doors, and more, including painting, K&H has what you're looking for. 303-421-7100. 421-7100.
Terrified.
We have a lot of things.
Troubleshooter Show, what's your name? Hello? Hello, hello? Later!
Troubleshooter Show, what's your
Hey, take it easy, Bo.
Susan, calling in the last
You got
few
10
minutes of the
minutes
show. What can we help you with today? You want to talk to Tom real quick?
Okay. All right, I'll keep it. Bye. Yeah, almost 300 registered.
Trust.
So hopefully we'll see what the rest of this week pulls out. And
Trust versus probate. Okay.
the problem is just the dang movie rights for the stick. You know, it'd be nice if we could hold it for like a week and hold multiple events, but they charge you $10K a pop basically every time you want to run that thing.
Do they even care the size of the theater?
They don't care.
They don't care the head count. They just care the time.
They just care the time, and when you use that
Can you run? So you can only run it once.
Once, yeah.
Okay.
So you couldn't even run it back to back.
No, and that's a
Good.
big issue. Unless you
Yep,
pay for it
yep, I got it. Okay, hang tight a minute. Susan,
Well, how does
that's a
that
lot
even
to
work?
unpack.
How do
I think
they-
we can
what do
get
you
you some
hook
quick
up to run it?
information, but even so, hold on so I can give you an attorney number if that's
Wonder
where
if
Tom's
that's-
going with this, okay?
But they give
But
you
very
they give you a
curious.
stick.
Hang on a minute, darling.
Like a memory stick?
Kind of like a memory stick. Yeah, it's like it's kind of like a USB stick, but a little bit bigger.
And then these theaters have
They
just
have the
you
rights
plug
to
it
do
in.
Yeah, that's it. They just plug it in and they run it. And so I'm just trying to think. I wonder if there is a counter on it. If we could do back to back, doing a 7 showing and maybe an 8:30.
But that literally.
Do you have a
like,
couple
it's
minutes,
literally-
Dragon, to talk to Tom? Or
That's it. And so they're making a killing. You know, off. We
Hey,
just sitting there.
Tommy?
I didn't even know movies were like that now. So there's
Yeah.
Tommy?
projectors or any of that.
This lady, so it sounds like she's wanting to know the difference between trusted versus a probate. But just
Okay.
so you know, what
Yeah.
she's getting
No,
at
I know
is
what to answer, yeah.
there's an insurance settlement that's going to minors that they want to put into
Okay.
probate or something.
No, I
she's going to
understand.
ask. So anyway,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm all right, buddy. Yourself?
We only were limited to find so many spots.
His name is Zach, correct? Okay.
The movie out there just to get for free, basically, because there's only $8 for the DVD, you know, versus the $10K that we're paying for a showing, you know. So that's
Yep,
something
this
that
women
we've been stocking up.
truly.
We got about, like, 150
This is true.
right now of it.
They had this. She did had to give away all of her. This was Mega Millions in California.
I don't know, but that's
This
something
woman
that
thought
we're,
she was
we have a
getting
second
away with it.
coming out. It's called The Power of Zero.
You know what happened is she hated her husband, won the lottery, and said, "Screw it, I'm filing for divorce."
Yeah, I know. It really did happen.
You know, like
So we're gonna take a look at that.
probably been wanting to do it for a while.
Our platform. It's gonna be around the same.
Of course, if he was violent or anything with her, I don't think he should get a dime.
Correct.
No.
That might be our new push going forward because this movie was shot in 22.
The long-term stuff's cool, though.
It is. It adds and
No, I mean, people like everybody can kind of get that.
exactly. But we're doing that, or the other option, which we're really I'm pushing for, is that we just shoot our own with the director and get a combination of the life insurance.
But that
and
could
the
cost a fortune.
Yeah, it'll be probably like.
But then would you own it?
Yeah, then we'd own it. Hopefully, we could just divvy it out the same way to make the recoup on the money on that. But just
we got
owning
this
it
dialed
with
in
our
right
message
here, bro.
From the banker and the annuity,
This.
and then some of the experts they have. And so,
But I want to
we
talk
met
to
with the guy,
Gary.
the director, and he got pretty excited about it. So
I want him
we're
to
gonna see
come
how
over.
that works out.
I just don't want to spend $4,000 on a camera.
And Glenn Beck, we'll be seeing. We can be seeing as well.
And Mark, this is what your sheriff's
just something that'll be here on me. I
Oh, look at that.
But I use it.
Hold up your iPhone.
Yeah, okay, cool. I did, yeah, okay.
He's rock.
10 seconds, guys.
Weekdays 2 to 4, it's Ryan Schuling.
It's the fastest 2 hours in talk radio, aiming to cut through the clutter and wash out the white noise of the mainstream media. The only missing ingredient is you. Join me each day of the work week, starting at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
All right, let me go to Susan real quick before we run out of time. Susan, I'm Tom Martino. What's going on?
Yes, Tom. I was in an accident with minor children about 3 years ago, and we're coming to the settlement, and word has it that we have all the kids' money must go into probate. So I was wondering if there's a difference between trust and probate.
Well,
and
when
any
they say it goes,
recommendations
Susan, when they say it goes into probate, it's not exactly the same kind of probate you're thinking about after death. It goes into the probate court, so it's not mishandled by other people. If it's earmarked for the kids and each child, then probate court is somewhere you go to make distributions and to control it. All it is a place where if someone disagrees with what's being done, they have a place to file to question it. It's kind of like the oversight. It's not the trustee. So, but here, I don't think you have a choice. You can't take it out of probate. I mean, that's just what happens with minors who are awarded these kinds of damages. Now, do you know if it's is it separated per minor or is it one lump sum? Do you know?
It's going to be separate. Well, I guess it's at our decision, our discretion.
Did they say, Susan, they tell you you had a choice and you could put it in a trust if you wanted to?
No.
Right.
They just said probate.
Right. But you pictured probate court. I know what you pictured. Probate is simply the process. Okay. It goes into here for a process. Okay. So in other words, you can't form a trust and say, oh, no, I don't want it going to probate. Instead, I want it to go to our trust. That's not the way it works.
Right.
So what did they tell you about the probate?
That kids' awards would have to go based off of the decision we made on the division of the monetary amounts that each child would get, but one child is getting a larger because they sustained extensive.
Now let me explain this to you because I'm getting out my notes from a previous call. It's to protect the minor's interest. And minors can't legally do any of their own finances. Once they're no longer a minor, they don't have to keep it in probate. So it just keeps you or the adults around them from touching it until they become of age. We can explore this more tomorrow if you want. Save all your problems for me.
All right, you're clear, buddy. See ya.
See you, man.